Call tonight's meeting to order. I'd like to humbly acknowledge that the land which you live, learn, work, and play is Treaty 8 territory, traditional lands of the Cree and Dene, and unceded territory of the Métis. And for the record, we have Councillor McGrath participating via Teams. And if Councillor McGrath, make sure your camera's on for voting purposes, we can see your hand raised. And before we drop the agenda, is there anyone who wishes to serve notice of motion? I'm not seeing anyone. I do have one. I, Mayor Sandy Bowman, serve notice of my intent to bring forward the following motion for Council's consideration at July 12, 2022 Council meeting, that administration review and explore the extension of Smart Bus hours of operation for the summer months in accordance with community needs and ridership. Can I have someone make the motion to adopt the agenda? Councillor Walkman?
I make that motion, Mr. Mayor.
Can I have someone second that? Councillor Stroud?
I second the motion, Mayor Bowman.
you.
Thank you.
Can I call for a vote? All in favor? That's carried unanimous. Councillor McGrath? Thank you. We'll now move on to public hearing for land use bylaw amendment for the definition of regulations of child care facility. But before declaring the public hearing open, I'm going to give a quick review of the process. I'll declare the public meeting open following an introduction of the item by administration. Following that, we hear an opening statement from the applicant. Then we'll move on to a written submission and any speakers. To conclude, we'll hear closing statements, then have the hearing. Then the hearing will be declared closed. I hereby declare the public meeting open. A public hearing is a legislative process, and in the making a decision on the proposed recommendation, Council can only consider information received through the hearing. As a reminder for Council members, in an effort to be respectful of the hearing process, it's important that everyone participate for the duration of the hearing. Should you need to leave during the public hearing, we can call for a point of privilege and take a brief recess. I'd like to invite Christopher Booth, Manager, Community Development Planning, to provide an introduction and opening statement. Is Chris here?
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Bowman and members of Council. For the record, my name is Amanda Heides, Acting Director of Planning and Development, and with me is Chris Booth, Manager of Community Development and Planning and Subject Matter Expert. We are here this evening to present an amendment to the Land Use Bylaw to allow for overnight childcare services. The Government of Alberta recently adopted new legislation that allows childcare providers to provide overnight care up to a maximum of 24 hours continuous. There is interest among local childcare providers to offer this service in our region. But to facilitate this, the land use bylaw must be updated to align with the provincial legislation by removing text that specifically prohibits overnight care from our land use bylaw. Administration has worked closely with representatives from the Provincial Ministry of Children's Services and a local operator entrepreneur who is committed to providing the service in our region. Staff also reviewed recent amendments by the City of Lethbridge to learn about the approaches taken by our other jurisdictions. The amendment before you proposes to remove the land use bylaw's restriction on overnight care from the existing child care facility definition. It also proposes additional provisions to ensure that impacts on existing neighborhoods, particularly residential, are mitigated. These include 1, not allowing a child care facility to coexist in the same house where a basement suite, boarding house, home business, or bed and breakfast has already been approved. 2, ensuring that outward appearance of a home containing a child care facility remains consistent with the rest of the homes on the street. Any fencing installed around play areas must allow the rules for fencing in the land use bylaw, which prescribes the maximum heights, and that the applicant identify total occupancy and location of drop-off stalls, which must be provided on site. These new provisions are not retroactive, meaning they will not apply to those who have already received development permit approvals from the municipality to operate a child care facility. Furthermore, none of these amendments apply to day home operators, which are defined as accommodating 6 children or less, as day homes are not regulated by the municipality. Administration supports this amendment as it will ensure that the municipalities facilitating local businesses and providing a new service for residents, especially in a region where shift work is common and overnight childcare is not easily accessible or available. With that, I conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Do we have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any. Do we have any written? Oh, sorry, Councillor Majoko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. So I heard you saying that this bylaw would not apply retroactively. So how are we going to ensure that those that our existing facilities meet our requirements as of today?
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, a very good question. Some of these regulations that we're proposing are consistent with rules that we already have in place. We're simply trying to add I suppose, additional clarity to those regulations in alignment with what we've seen in other communities such as Lethbridge. But items like parking, those are already assessed as part of our review. We're not changing the number of stalls, but we are maintaining consistency with some of those rules we already had place. What I would add is that some of the newer regulations that we're seeing, particularly item number 1 that Amanda spoke to about not allowing childcare where you already have other things like home businesses, to your point, that is a new rule. And I think what we're presented with here is an opportunity to enhance moving forward areas that we were lacking in previously, because this community has seen an abundance of parking concerns in certain residential neighborhoods. So we're learning from the past and trying to better position ourselves moving forward.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I have another question. I've clearly heard the interest, but do we have a record of the needs, statistics that support the ask? Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, we have interest from one primary party. As to whether there are other parties who may benefit from this, I don't necessarily have that number, but I think it's important to stress that what we're trying to do is lay the foundation or the groundwork for other entrepreneurs, other people who want to open these businesses. In alignment with, again, and I want to stress this, in alignment with what the GOA has put forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Dogar.
Thank you, presenter. It's a good presentation. I just want to ask you, do you have a monitoring staff to monitor that children are being looked after in a very decent way?
Through the chair, that's not what I would suggest is under the jurisdiction of the municipality. These operations, from my understanding, are provincially administered, and the province, to the best of my knowledge, does have oversight in that area to ensure that their own regulations are being followed.
Thank you.
Do you have any other questions from council? And just to clear, Chris, Amanda, so this amendment will put us in line with the Government of Alberta's recommendations?
Through the chair to your worship, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any other questions from council? Not seeing any, so thank you, Amanda and Chris. Have we received any written submissions being acknowledged?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. We do. We have received 2 written submissions that have been included in Council's agenda package as well as for the public, both of which are in support of the bylaw amendment proposed this evening. One from Corcodia Inc. and Childcare Licensing Children's Services, Government of Alberta, and those are located on agenda package page 7.
Thank you. Do you have any registered to make verbal submission?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. We have a number of registered verbal submissions, and I believe we will begin with Sonia Russell, who will be coming forward and speaking in support.
Can we invite Sonia to the presenter's desk? Okay, I think she's online there. Is that her? No? Bryce Kumka. Okay, you hear us, sir, Bryce?
Yes, sir, I can.
There you go. So if you could just state your name for the record, Bryce, and as a reminder, you have 5 minutes to make your submission. Follow that. Just hang on for questions.
Not a problem. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, Mayor Bowman and members of council and administration. My name is Bryce Kumka. I'm the current chair of the Wood Buffalo Land Planning Review Committee. Our committee is very much in favor of this type of alignment with other jurisdictional rules, i.e. the provincial government changes to the regulations surrounding the provision of childcare in innovative ways. I think it's a cornerstone of the success of the business community if we have access to childcare in a manner which is accessible and available to the public, that allows people to work. And what it does, I think, is enhances our community as a whole with respect to having these types of services available to our residents. So our committee is very much in support of the alignment with the provincial regulations, and would encourage planning and development and all of the departments of the municipality to seek to align best they can with the other regulations from other jurisdictions and make it easier for business to transact in our jurisdiction in general. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bryce. Do you have any questions from council for Bryce? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Bryce. I'll now invite Hope Mofat, Northern Hope Consulting. And if you could, Hope, just state your name for the record. And as a reminder, you have 5 minutes to present, and just remain for questions after, please.
Hi, Mayor Bowman and council members. My name is Hope Moffat, and I'm currently working as an early childhood consultant. I am an early childhood educator who's been in the field for over 40 years, both working with young children myself and as an instructor and chair of early learning and care programs, first at Red Deer College and then Keano, where I retired in the fall of 2017 after 23 years. These are the programs that educate the people who choose to care and teach our youngest citizens, the 0 to 5s, the 6 to 12s, in out-of-school care programs. And since fall of 2018, I've been contracted by Children's Services to be a pedagogical partner, working with educators in first 4 and now only 2 of our local centers. I've been meeting regularly with educators and operators in our region through what was the Early Years Coalition, and I'm regularly interacting with pedagogical leaders from across the province as we've been working to support programs to implement FLIGHT, Alberta's Early Learning and Care Curriculum Framework, both through visits to programs and meetings with educators, as well as facilitating some online courses. To be clear, when we signed up for council presentation, we had to choose whether we were speaking for or against the bylaw change. Since there's nothing legally stopping the bylaw being changed, I said that I was for. My for is very qualified, however, as I don't believe that overnight care outside of their home is best for children, and certainly not in a center setting. The real issue in Wood Buffalo is the lack of qualified educators. I believe and have heard from childcare operators that the need for overnight care has been highly overestimated. Families do indeed want and need extended care earlier or later in the day and weekends, but changing the bylaw isn't going to do anything towards solving the real issues in our sector. My passion for the early childhood sector certainly has to do with my profession, but more so it has to do with my life as a parent and now grandparent. When my daughter was born, we were living in Red Deer where we knew no one. Like so many families in Wood Buffalo, we had no extended family and no friend circles. Her childcare program and those early childhood educators were our support system. I was so grateful then and continue to see how her childcare educators, with their belief in children's capabilities and creativity, helped to shape the young woman she is today. My daughter and son-in-law live here in Fort McMurray. She's a teacher about to return from maternity leave and needing the support of a high-quality childcare program. It's what all parents need, to know that their child is being cared for by knowledgeable and compassionate people who will add their qualities, education, and experience to support their precious child's growth and development. Creating more spaces is not going to give them that. There are many childcare programs already operational that are not able to fill their licensing capacities because they don't have enough early childhood educators to support the children. Childcare is part of the infrastructure of a community, and we learned very quickly through the early parts of the pandemic that it's an essential service so that families can work or go to school. So I'm here today to ask the RMWB for their support to help us deal with those huge challenges that are facing the early childhood sector at a time when there's also great possibility for growth. So what we need from you, Mayor and Council, is your support by way of a council committee on childcare that could be comprised of council members and representatives from the early childhood sector. We could unite and work with other municipalities and the Alberta government to create a strongly supported childcare system. A workforce development plan that includes a living wage for all early childhood educators in Alberta, including Fort McMurray, and a strategy to support existing and future early childhood educators to further their education and obtain their ELCC diplomas. I thank you for your time and your attention.
Thank you for your presentation, Holly. Hope. Any questions from Council? Councillor Dogar?
Through the chair, sir, thank you very much. Madam, thank you very much. It's a good presentation. It's really educative for me. A lot of experience you have. I just want to ask you about these daycares, that for night it would be like 24 hours. No, why I'm asking this question, I give you a background. Normally people are doing side business, in their own house with their own children. They incorporate 3 or 4 more children to earn additional income. So these daycare for night would be the same 24 hours or separate for night. 24 hours I do not reconcile. It has to be separate. Night daycares, caring for children should be separate, day should be separate. What do you feel about it?
We're going to have a couple of people that are going to speak to that who are in the family day home. They have a part of the family day home agency here. That's one of the concerns for me, is that a child who needs overnight care also needs care the day before and the day after. So that's a long time. That's why I said, for me, that doesn't, we're talking about our precious children, and that doesn't, no, I lost my train of thought. That doesn't allow for what's best for children. May work for what the family needs, and that's, of course, the balance we're always trying to come up with, is how do we support the families and keep in mind always what's best for children.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you, Hope, for your presentation. Are you leaning towards a council-appointed committee for childcare?
I'm very much asking for a council-appointed committee for childcare that would work with our local early childhood educators, the operators and educators who I've been seeing all through the pandemic meeting to talk about how are we doing by Zoom or Teams, I think we often used. But, you know, that's who needs to be at the table, are the people who are operating the programs, running the agencies, as well as council.
Yeah.
Because we know there are some municipalities that are much more involved with childcare than we have been typically here in Wood Buffalo. And so there are some of those that we could be asking for their
For
input.
mentorship, yep.
Yeah,
Thank you, Hope.
thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Stroud. Councilor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you, Ms. Hope, for your presentation. Your presentation got me thinking as a mother as well, that maybe that separation for long hours for children might not necessarily be best for them, though maybe easier for working mothers or working fathers as well. But I'm wondering how this is being done in other places. I mean, you have maybe most experience in this room. Do you know of any challenges that they might be facing in other places that we can learn from? Because this is not going to be peculiar to Fort McMurray, but if you look at Fort McMurray and the population here is more of a working city. So, yeah, but are there challenges that are known that you want to share? Thank you.
Well, I've said to you, I've been in this sector for over 40 years. I've honestly not worked with a program that has done overnight care.
Okay.
I think that one of the benefits of a day home, so that would be someone who's choosing to care for children. Usually they have their own children, but not always. They might choose to care for children in their home. They can only have 6 children. Often they form really strong bonds with the family, and so it doesn't feel, that's why I made the reference to center care. For me, it's not just for me, you know, that makes it much more of an institutional kind of thing that feels far less than a child who would be staying in a family day home. Children that come in there often at 6 months or 10 months, and they're there with that same day home provider, that same day home educator for 5 or 6 years, and sometimes even more. So they've built up a relationship. It feels much more like staying at your aunt. And I think Fort McMurray has, you know, we have such a high population here that doesn't have the extended family around them. And that's what a child care program can do for them.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair, thank you, Hope, and thank you for all your years of service in training our child care professionals. Don't disagree in any way, shape, or form that highly qualified individuals are what's needed to take care of our children. My fear is that if we don't move forward, that this is a service that's always been provided underground. And having it licensed and above ground, in my mind, creates a greater opportunity to ensure the very things that you're talking about come to the forefront. And that's one of the things that I hope gets accomplished by doing this. Whether you know, it's in line with the provincial policy. Mm-hmm. We do live in a town that's a 24/7, 365-day-a-year working town. And whether we like to admit it or not, childcare has gone underground, continues to go underground. And if these services are not brought to the forefront and ensure that there's appropriate licensed, qualified individuals, then it will always go underground. So in that regard, I just wanted to make that comment. And again, I certainly don't disagree with you in terms of having qualified people taking care of our children. So again, thank you for all your years of service.
Thank you, Ellen. Yeah, and that's why I said 4 when I signed my little presentation submission.
Okay, thank you, Hope.
Thanks.
Thank you. I just want to remind council that we're not debating right now, just asking questions of the presenters. I'd like to now invite Janet Huffman and Nancy King, Children First. If you just state your name at the presenter's desk, and just a reminder, there's 5 minutes, and just remain seated for questions, please.
Boy, got to bully it. Janet Huffman. Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you this evening. As I stated, my name is Janet Huffman, and I am the board chair of Children First, Community Childcare Network Society. Children First is a nonprofit that has been putting circles of support around children and families since 2008. I am also an early childhood educator and have worked in this sector in Fort McMurray since 2008. I currently work as a childcare coach for ARC, the Alberta Resource Centre for Quality Enhancements, supporting many childcare programs here in the RMWB. Tonight, I am speaking on behalf of Nancy King, the Operations Manager of Children First, who in her time with us has become a strong voice and advocate for quality care and meeting the needs of all children in our community. Nancy regrets that she is unable to attend tonight in person as she is ill. You may recognize both Nancy and myself as part of the Early Years Coalition presentation of a lunch and learn that we hosted prior to the municipal election in the fall of 2021, or from our previous presentations to Marin Council. During the lunch presentation, we shared with you the current challenges that the sector and the RMWB was facing. At that session, we asked for the new council to consider forming a council committee on childcare. We are here this evening to formally ask that council look at forming a childcare committee and invite stakeholders, both childcare professionals and other stakeholders, who may employ those who rely on childcare, to come to the table so we can delve deeply into the childcare situation in Fort McMurray. While we also signed up in support of the land use bylaw change, we want to quantify that choice. We are familiar with the changes that were brought forward under the Early Learning and Childcare Regulation, which came into force on February 1st, 2021. As these regulations allow overnight care, fundamentally we cannot oppose the land use bylaw. We do, however, think that overnight childcare is not in the best interest of the child, and that if overnight care is the last resort for a family, it should be accessed in a day home setting rather than a facility-based setting. Also, as an organization with long-standing roots in the childcare sector, we have not been approached by any of our families to seek this option, nor does overnight care align with our core values. As we have stated, overnight care is just a small piece of the puzzle that is the crisis of childcare in Fort McMurray. The provincial government did sign on to the Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare Agreement in November 2021. While parents are now seeing lower childcare fees through the affordability pillar, they are not seeing the 50% reduction. Up here, we're seeing approximately 35%. Another challenge for parents is they cannot find space for their child to attend, as many centers are not operating at full capacity due to a shortage of qualified educators. Opening more spaces in our community is not necessarily what is needed, but a focus on workforce development would benefit all our centers. At Children First, we have been advertising for qualified staff since November. We have hired one qualified applicant. The majority of our applications are being submitted by unqualified individuals who are seeking employment opportunities that allow them to move to Canada. While the issue at hand this evening is the land use bylaw, this change will not affect our operations at Children First, as we don't offer overnight care, and as we stated, it's not been requested of parents. What we have, however, had requests for are extended hours, opening prior to 6 a.m., staying open past 6 p.m., weekend care. Unfortunately, we can't meet these requests as there are not enough qualified educators to operate safely with quality practice in the forefront. A warm body in the room does not meet the developmental needs of the children, nor the goals and dreams of parents in our community. Our current wait list sits at over 100 children. We receive approximately 24 calls per week from parents to see where their children are on the wait list. We are licensed for 60 spaces and currently have 30 children in our center. We are not in a position to bring in more children off the wait list because we are unable to attract qualified educators. Families have shared that when they are looking for care for their special needs children, they are struggling to be accepted onto wait lists in town. And this is likely due to centers being unable to hire qualified educators to support their children with special needs. So what does the childcare sector need from Marin Council? municipal support via a council committee on childcare that is able to bring forward our struggles and successes to collaborate with other municipalities in the province, so that we can unite and work together with the Alberta government to create a strongly supported childcare system in the province. A workforce development plan that includes a living wage for all early childhood educators in Alberta, including those in Fort McMurray, and a strategy to support existing and future early childhood educators to further their education and obtain their ECE diploma. In closing, please understand that quality care is not a luxury. It is a necessity, and that increasing the number of licensed spaces and affordable option for parents is important. But without the workforce development plan, we are missing the engine that drives our national childcare system. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet. Do you have any questions from council? Councillor Dogar?
Through the chair, thank you very much, sir, for giving me the permission. Madam, thank you very much. It's a very good presentation. I have one question. That lot of emphasis is given on training education, no doubt about it. But there's also a mindset required for the lady. Mostly ladies do it, and they are affectionate, more loving, foster moms. And, how do we monitor that? How we inculcate? Is there any security cameras or with the latest inventions, technology, that every time, certain moms, foster moms are short-tempered. They, as time, lose temper with the child, which should not be there. And particularly in this case, because child is only for few hours. With the actual mom, she may be harsh, rude, but after that, she compensates in the remaining hours. So is there any system or cameras or technology invented, or have we given a second thought to it? Thank you very much.
That's a very interesting question. As a professional early childhood educator, I don't believe that I would need to have a camera on me in my interactions with children. I'm a professional. When it comes to the foster care system, I could not answer those questions.
Okay.
Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you, Janet, for your presentation. It was very informative. So it appears the larger challenge is getting childcare educators in our region from your presentation. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe it's correct. In the centers that I work with, as a supporting partner going into childcare centers, we often ask to be able to remove an educator from the floor so that we can have conversations with the educator, and many times they cannot come out of ratio. Many times educators can't take a bathroom break. They don't get a lunch break. So they work because our job is regulated by ratios through the Government of Alberta and the Child Care Licensing Act. So it's about quality, and quality comes from qualified educators. And we have, I would say we have, if we're running at 30%, I know many other centers are not running at capacity because they just don't have the qualified educators. And we are working, and we know that through the Canada-wide Alberta government, the national program, there will be workforce development, but it's not at the top of the pile. And we can't build a childcare system. We can't open up 42,500 childcare spaces in Alberta without a workforce.
Right. I have seen, information on that for more training for childcare educators. But as you're saying, you only have 30 children in your care because you don't have the childcare educators to, and that's why there's such large waiting lists.
Yes.
Anyway, thank you, Janet.
Thank you.
Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you for your presentation. Talking about the need as well, I just want to clarify the withdrawal of the living wage allowance for workers, how this has affected your industry, and whatever we can do about that. Because you guys are asking us to do something about it. I just want to want us to hear it again.
Yeah, I just want to remind council that we're here to discuss the bylaw amendment.
Okay,
And kind of keep your questions towards that.
okay. Thank you.
So just one last question, Janet. So are you in favor of this bylaw change? Okay, thank you. I'd now like to invite Kyla Penner, KP Squared, Inc., in support. Please state your name for the record. As a reminder, you have 5 minutes to present.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for having us speak today. My name is Kyla Penner, and this is my partner, Kate Bushell. We are entrepreneurs and the owners of KP Squared Innovative Childcare and also of Arbor Vitae Consulting, which is a group and team of early childhood educator consultants and psychologists on board. We are here to strictly discuss the Land Use Bylaw Text Amendment and the importance of allowing this into Fort McMurray so that we can be cohesive with the GOA provincial guidelines to adhere to overnight childcare. We are currently in development of an additional childcare center here downtown, and we do have a wait list of 340 patrons, 200 of extended hour care, and 45 of overnight care that are looking for facility-based overnight childcare.
Thank you, Kyla. Do you have any questions from council? I don't see any there, but I'll go. I see most of even the presenters that are presenting as in favor. Their concern is lack of qualified childcare workers.
Mm-hmm.
Are you able to provide that for the amount of people you have in waiting lists?
No, we will not be able to touch the wait list according to what is being created. We are also concerned with the lack of childcare educators, but what we have done over the last probably 12 or 13 months is worked cohesively with Keanu College to develop contracts so that we are able to put our employees in upgrading and continuing education to ensure that we can meet that demand by our phased open dates. So that is something that we have installed over the last year. Keanu has also come out with additional micro-credentials. And then we've been very diverse on how we find our individuals based on the consulting teams that we have been working with across all of North America on what the recruitment looks like. So we're seeing a lot of people leave the healthcare industry that are meeting equivalencies. We know that is not the same. Specifically during some core key components, Keanu has offered micro-credentials in order to, such as guiding children's behavior, children's with play, so that we can get those equivalent educators who have come from other human service fields to meet the quota for the demand.
Perfect. Thanks, Kyla. Do we have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Kyla and Kate.
Thank you so much.
I'll now invite Lynn Williams and Christina McDonald, Child Development Day Homes. And just a reminder, just state your names for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Bowman, Council. First and foremost, I'd like to thank you all members for the leadership in our community. I know the hours and the commitment that goes into it, so thank you. My name is Christina McDonald. I'm an early years educator. I have been in the field for 26 years, and I have been with Child Development Day Homes for 14 years in our community here. I also want to state that I'm not here on behalf of Child Development Day Homes. I'm here in representation of myself as a parent, as an early educator, and as someone who cares about her community and the child care in our community. I welcome Kyla and her business into our community. I also have reached out to Kyla to give her some information as far as the business sector and childcare in our community. What we know as far as day homes, and day homes are very different than childcare centers. And I know this isn't the time to discuss that, so I welcome the opportunity to discuss the difference there. We are a licensed day home agency registered through the Alberta government. So we have different regulations than the childcare centers, so we have always been able to offer the overnight care. We also received the capacity grant that came from the provincial government. When the provincial government finally decided to put childcare on the platform, I was super excited. I couldn't wait. I was like, finally, we're on this platform. When they highlighted the overnight care, I was very deflated because in our community, that need is not there. We have offered it, as I said, for 14 years. In the last year, because of the capacity, not just because of the capacity grant, but in the last year, I personally have opened 200 spaces in our community. 40 of those spaces are overnight. We have used 2 spaces in the 14 years and 1 in the last year for overnight care. And the one that we are using currently is not for shift work. It's actually for a foster parent. So as far as day homes, like I said, we've always offered overnight care. Rarely do we get inquiries, and when we do get an inquiry, which is rare, they step back because it's very expensive. Because as somebody was saying, it's not just to cover their shift. They need to sleep the next day. So it's much longer than what we were making assumptions. As far as need, I have also, and obviously I'm in allyship with Janet and Nancy and Hope Moffat. And I've reached out to several different childcare centers in our community. And out of the 9, none of them have had inquiries for overnight care. What we are seeing, and what I do recommend, is that we have extended care. That's what's needed before 6 a.m., after 6 p.m., and weekends. As far as the overnight care, none of them said that it's been inquired on or it's been needed. All those childcare centers that I've also spoken with have the staffing issues. They're not open to capacity because they cannot get the staff. Out of the 9 childcare centers that I've spoken to, they're quite terrified, and in their words, some of them think overnight care in a childcare center is a nightmare. And like I said, I can give you that list of those centers when you want. As far as it does align, Mayor Bowman, you asked, does it align with the provincial government? Yes, it does align with it. It does not align with the community needs. The overnight care is not in line with what we need. When I have discussed in the past with Minister Schultz, and we've sat with her at the roundtable meetings, in Zoom meetings, etc., there was expression that overnight care was not needed. So the capacity grant that we have now, we're not using it towards overnight care. We're using it towards other needs that we have in our center. So we're using it for professional development. We're using it for inclusivity of childcare. There's other areas that this grant can be used, not for overnight care. It's not needed. So I don't know, Lynn, is there anything that you want to add?
I have to stop.
Oh,
It's
I'm
5
sorry.
minutes anyway.
Is it off?
It is now. No, it's not off.
Is it on?
Is it on?
On?
It is 5 minutes, but you're still on.
I'm sorry.
I'll ask very quick, Christina, what is then the difference of a day home and a childcare center?
Okay, so I'm glad you asked that question. So a day home essentially is, I'm going to say ladies, because it is ladies, that have childcare in their homes. So they go through our agency, which is a licensed, registered day home agency that has to go through Alberta government standards. So we have to adhere to all those government standards I approve the ladies, which, you know, is a process. And then they have children in their home. So there is regulations that we have to adhere to. We have consultants, all with early education background diplomas, which all of us at the agency also have. And we go check on them monthly. So every single month, they're being checked on. Sometimes it's more than once a month, depending on if the need is there or not. That's the difference. Child care centers are big facilities, and they have more than one educator working on staff. Day homes, it's in a home. So, and that's where it seems like I'm contradicting myself, because we are offering overnight care, and I'm opposed to overnight care. But what I'm finding is in a day home, it's more relative to family dynamics. So these children develop a relationship with these families. So they have, you know, supper with these families. They go out for walks with these families. In the evening, they have their evening routine. You know, they have their baths, you know, they engage and are very interactive with the family. So if there's going to be overnight care, to me, it would be in a day home, not a child care setting, where it's very mechanical, in my personal opinion. And again, this is my personal opinion. It has nothing to do with child development day homes. I'm here as a parent, as a community member, and as an ECE. Yeah, did I answer your question?
You did, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you for your presentation, ladies. I just need a bit of clarity. So does the provincial government standards include extended care? Because you mentioned that our community needs extended care. Is that part of the regulations?
Yeah, so is this on? Yeah. So as I said, day homes and child care centers have different standards to adhere to. Our day homes go by the Alberta government standards, and the child care facilities are on something else. So I'm not sure if they're open to extended care or not. I think they are, because I know I talked to a couple of centers and they said that they had extended their hours to like 8 p.m., but then the need was not there. So they ended up going back to 6 p.m.
Okay, thank you.
We've always had very flexible hours as far as day homes, because they have that ability. They can, you know, maintain their own hours, their own days. They're under our agency, but they're very much in control of what their hours are and what they choose to work as far as hours. And some choose to be very flexible, and some choose to be only till 5 or 6. It's all dependent on the educator themselves.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Bousquet?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to Christina. So, Christina, you're opposed to the bylaw amendment.
This was a difficult decision to me, and I know I'm with Janet and Hope and Nancy. We're not so much opposed to the bylaw itself. I mean, if there's going to be overnight care, absolutely there has to be a bylaw. I understand the whole business perspective of it. What I'm opposed to is the overnight care. I think the extended care should be included in there, but I'm opposed to the overnight care. So I'm not sure how that actually works. But mentally and physically, I couldn't say I was for the overnight bylaw, because my early educator childhood in me couldn't say yes.
Okay, because I listened and you mentioned that you don't think there's any demand for this. So I guess
there isn't.
Then passing this, amending the bylaw really isn't going to have any impact, because there's not, according to you, there's no business case for someone to run out and even try the overnight then.
In my opinion, right.
Okay, so what would the harm be in this council passing the amendment then? If there's no business case for it, what's the downside of passing this, amending the bylaw then?
If it's passed, then it's out there. Then, okay. I mean, it could happen potentially, and I'm just here to give you information so you can make an informative decision.
Right, and that's what I was.
It's not going to affect me personally.
I was looking for your opinion on like what the downside is to this being passed if there's no business case for overnight. I get it seems like there's a business case for extended care, which correct. I think Hope and you have mentioned. So I just looking, if you're in opposition, I'm just looking for why you're in opposition to a bylaw that maybe there's no business case for. Like
Well, there isn't, but it could potentially happen. And I just feel that child care center is not a place for overnight care.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Walkman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You said you did a study. How many homes are open now?
With our day home agency?
Yes.
We have 67 homes currently. 67 homes. In Fort McMurray, yes. They're all licensed and registered day homes.
Okay, and the kids that are there, is there any during the night?
We have one space that is being used right now for overnight care.
How does that affect a child? Like, the parent is working night shift, and
No, this is not a shift worker. It's actually, and I don't know, Lynn. I'll let Lynn answer this perhaps, because I'm not actually sure what I can say and what I can't say as far as, can we say it's for foster care? We can. I guess I just said it, sorry. So it's not a shift worker that we have in care right now. It's actually a foster parent. So they're coming to one of our day homes as a drop-in type of thing, just to give her her own family some a break, so to speak.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Is there any other questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you very much, ladies.
Thank you.
And do we have any more delegates for this? Is there anybody else in the gallery who wishes to come forward and present? And are there any further questions of council? As a reminder, once the hearing is closed, no further questions or information gathering can occur. Does the administration have anything further to add? Nope. So I'll declare this hearing now closed. Coming to the public hearing, we now have second and third readings of bylaw number 22/009, land use bylaw number 99/059, text amendment, child care facility, definition, and general regulations for council's consideration. Can I have someone make the motion for a second review of the bylaw number 22/009, land use bylaw amendment? Councillor Ball.
I move that bylaw number 22/009, being an amendment to the land use bylaw 99/059, be read a second time.
Thank you. Can I have someone second the motion? Councillor Walkman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I second that motion.
Are there any other comments or debates of council? Councillor Stroud? No. Now I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Opposed? See, Councillor McGrath? Yeah, it definitely is. Can we reach out to him and see if he's there?
Yeah, I got my
Okay, you're there. Okay, that's carried unanimously. Can I have someone make the motion for the third reading? Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that bylaw number 22/009 be read a third and final time.
Can I have someone second that motion? Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I second the motion.
Thank you. Are there any other comments of council for debate? I guess I can speak to it as everybody's quiet here tonight. I personally am in support of these bylaw changes, and I listened to everyone's comments tonight, and most of them centered around the need for more qualified child care workers is what we're kind of left with here. I don't think it's a need. There's not a need for it in the community. I think that's our biggest challenge right now is advocating to our provincial government what we need for child care individuals in our community to take these, because the need seems to be there. And as some of the presenters mentioned, that they weren't exactly for the 24-hour because they believe a child belongs at home, which I believe that as well. But in some incidents, that is impossible, especially in a town where people work 24. It's a 24 around-the-clock shift work town. But in the same case, if it's not a need, having it in the bylaw, I don't think it's gonna make any, is gonna damage anyone. It's just gonna make it available if people do need the service. Councilor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. And I just want to reiterate my point about living wage allowance as part of what we need to advocate for. I know so many people in this community, more of ladies, in that industry that have now gone to start working in stores because most stores pay better. And I think we need to do what we can to support the childcare sector in this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Majoko. Are there any other questions or comments by council? I'm not seeing any, so I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Sorry, Councilor McGrath.
Mr. Mayor? Yeah, I just want to echo your comments through the chair, Mr. Mayor. That's rightfully needed in the community. I've been a ship worker most of my life. I think it's welcome news and comment on the new awesome kid. Watch 82 troop system.
I think your connection might be bad, Councilor McGrath.
I'd just like to commend everybody. I think it's a great service. It's just like it works. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor McGrath. So I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Any opposed? I'm seeing none. That's carried unanimously. Next, we have the report for the Vehicle Hire Committee. I'd like to invite Deanne Berge, Director, Community and Protective Services, to introduce the report. I just want to let everyone know Councilor Cardinal is now joining us via Teams as well.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Deanne Berge. I'm the Director of Community and Protective Services. I am presenting an amendment to the Committee Bylaw 17024 to establish the Vehicle for Hire Committee. The Vehicle for Hire Bylaw 22006 was passed on June 14th, 2022. With this new bylaw, administration is recommending the creation of a council-appointed Vehicle for Hire Committee. The mandate of the Vehicle for Hire Committee is to provide a forum where stakeholders can bring forward ideas and concerns related to the vehicle for hire industry, and to make recommendations to council on matters relating to this bylaw. The committee will include members from brokerages, driver representatives, airport or tourism, law enforcement, and 3 members from the public at large. The recommended motion is that Bylaw 22010 be in a bylaw to amend the committee's bylaw 17024, specific to establishing the Vehicle for Hire Committee, be read a first time. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Do we have any questions from council? So, members of council, as this bylaw is being proposed for all 3 readings tonight, it's important to note that in order for the bylaw to receive the 3rd and final reading, the bylaw must receive unanimous consent for consideration of the 3rd reading. We'll begin with the 1st reading. Can I have someone make the motion for the 1st reading of bylaw number 22/010 to establish a Vehicle for Hire Committee? Councilor Grandison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that bylaw number 22-010 be in a bylaw to amend the committee's bylaw number 17/024, specific to establishing the Vehicle for Hire Committee, be read a first time.
Thank you. Can I have someone second the motion? Councilor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I second the motion.
Thank you. And this is the 1st reading. There's no opportunity for questions or debate at this point, so I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Councilor McGrath and Councilor Cardinal. Okay, that's carried unanimously. And do we have any delegates this item?
We don't. No, we have no delegates for this item, Mayor Bowman.
Thank you. Can I have someone make the motion for the second reading of the bylaw number 22/010, Vehicle Fire Committee? Councilor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that bylaw number 22/010 be read a second time.
Can I have someone second that motion? Councilor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I second the motion.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments or debate by council? I'm not seeing any, so I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Do you have a question, Councilor Jogo? No. No, he just. Okay, go ahead, Councilor Jogo.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Bowman. I just want to commend administration for coming up quickly with the committee, which we already have work to do for this committee. So I commend administration for moving quickly. This is a welcome development. Thank you. From what I hear in public with drivers, with operators, this is good. Kudos to administration.
Thank you, Councilor Majoko. So I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Okay, that's carried unanimously. Thank you. As a reminder, the bylaws should receive unanimous consent to proceed to third and final reading. Can I have someone make the motion for consideration of the third reading? Councilor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that bylaw number 22/010 be considered for third and final reading.
Thank you. Can I have someone second that motion? Councilor Walkman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I second that motion.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments for debate? I'm not seeing any, so I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And any opposed? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have someone make the motion for the third reading? Councilor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that bylaw number 22/010 be read a third and final time.
Can I have someone second that motion? Councilor Bajoko.
I second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions for debate? I'm not seeing any. I just want to actually thank Councilor Bajoko for actually bringing this motion forward. And I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Any opposed? Not seeing it. That's carried unanimously. Moving on to new business, we have a report for Council's 2022 to 2025 strategic plan. I'd like to invite Kelly Hansen, Director of Strategic Planning and Program Management, to introduce the report. And joining Kelly will be consultants Heather Thomas and Doug Griffiths from 13 Ways.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Kelly Hansen, Director of Strategic Planning and Program Management. I'm here this evening to seek your approval for Council's strategic plan for 2022 to 2025. Joining me this evening virtually is Doug Griffith with 13 Ways, who has provided support during the development of your strategic plan. At the beginning of Council's term, you articulated a desire to develop a strategic plan that was representative of your leadership and one that would best position the region for the duration of your term and into the future. Council confirmed their commitment to the development of the strategic plan by participating in one-to-one conversations with 13 Ways, attending multi-day workshops to ensure alignment, and participated in facilitated sessions to review and provide feedback as drafts of the plan were presented and refined. As a result of this collaboration, Council was able to successfully and collectively identify their vision, mission, guiding principles, values, and associated milestones. The strategic plan identifies 5 areas of focus for Council, including fiscal management, building partnerships, rural and Indigenous communities and relationships, local economy, and downtown visualization. These 5 areas provide the framework for an action-based plan with key milestones that help illustrate the values that Council places on community partnerships and its commitment to continuously develop them throughout the implementation of the plan. Upon approval of the plan, administration will develop and implement a framework which will focus on actions, reporting, and the associated schedule for delivery. Any actions which may have budget implications outside of what has already been approved by Council will be presented to Council as a part of future budget considerations. Administration thanks Council for your effort in developing a strategic plan which sets out a vision for 2022 to 2025 Council term, and we look forward to working with Council to achieve this vision. Thank you, and we'd be happy to take any of your questions.
Thank you, Kelly. Do we have any questions from Council? Do we have any other delegates to this item? Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Walkman?
I move, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Council's strategic plan for 2022 to 2025 be approved.
Have someone second the motion. Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I second that motion.
Thank you. Are there any questions or debate points, Council? Not seeing it, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And opposed? Not seeing it, it's carried unanimously. Thank you. Next, we have the report for missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls program funding request. I'd like to invite Janine Cruz, Manager, Indigenous and Rural Relations, to introduce the report.
Good evening. Excuse me. Good evening, Mayor and Councilors. For the record, my name is Janine Cruz. I'm a manager with the Indigenous and Rural Relations Department. I'm here this evening to speak to the motion from the February 3rd meeting of Council that directed administration to investigate how to support the national inquiry into missing, murdered Indigenous women and girls and bring forward a plan inclusive of any funding required. Since then, the Indigenous and Rural Relations Department has joined a working group of local Indigenous leaders and experts to form a task force. The MMEIP task force recognizes the importance of acknowledging the exploitation and violence committed against Indigenous peoples, including boys, men, and gender diverse persons. This is reflected in the choice to often use the acronym for Missing or Murdered and Exploited Indigenous Peoples, or MMEIP. Meeting several times over the last few months, the task force has worked together to create a local action plan. The plan looks to foster prevention and provide health and wellness supports for individuals and families that have been impacted by this ongoing epidemic. It includes the development of a resource toolkit, healing circles, community gatherings, educational panels, and awareness campaigns. Each community and nation have their own distinct culture, language, and way of life. Therefore, solutions must be culturally appropriate and Indigenous-led, ensuring the voices, perspectives, and values of each of the communities we serve are centered and at the forefront of this work. It is therefore being recommended this evening that the request for $230,000 to support the municipality's ongoing work with the local MMEIP task force be approved. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Janine. Do we have any questions from Council? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Janine. Do we have any delegates? Sorry, Councillor Walkman? No? Sorry. Do we have any delegates to this item?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. We do have two delegates that have been registered.
Okay, Allison Flett, Mikisew Cree First Nation. If you can just state your name for the record, Allison, and 5 minutes to present.
Tanse, Eglenite, Mayor and Council. Allison Fletnit Zigasun, Uchinia, Mikisew Cree First Nation. I'm here today to speak in support for the motion for funding for missing, murdered Indigenous women and girls. As you can see, myself and my friends are here today wearing red. Why red? Within our culture, it's believed that the only color that the ancestors and the spirits see is red. Using red as the way of calling those spirits of missing and murdered women and girls back home to their loved ones. Indigenous women and girls are 12 times more likely to be murdered or go missing. 6 in 10 Indigenous women report having been physically or sexually assaulted. Indigenous identity itself is a risk factor for violent victimization of women. Indigenous women are more likely to experience physical and sexual violence and exploitation at a higher rate than the national average. There have been 9 missing and murdered Indigenous women in Wood Buffalo since 2004. This number is much higher as suspicious deaths and cases of missing and murdered Indigenous women continue to be inadequately reported and recorded, and were not recorded properly before 2004. What about the men? Where are these numbers? MMEIP, Murdered, Missing, and Exploited Indigenous Peoples, recognizes the importance of acknowledging the violence committed against Indigenous people, including boys, men, and gender-diverse persons. They too are suffering, in danger, and their voices need to be included and heard. Our communities are all suffering the effects of this tragic epidemic and are suffering the loss of a loved one who were murdered or have gone missing. There is a huge lack of programming that can help these families and communities cope. There needs to be awareness and education on why this is happening. We need to teach our non-Indigenous allies to help them to understand so they too can help support our communities and families. Personally, recently my family and my friends lost one of our loved ones. She was taken from us. She was loved. She was so important, and she was a part of who we are. We now have to live through this trauma, but we have to survive somehow. We have to keep going, protecting each other so this doesn't happen again. We need to have support and tools to do this. We also need to be healthy, and we need help with this. I say healthy in the sense of our emotions and mental health. We need support to take care of each other. Our culture is based and grown on Wakotwin. That's kinship. So we love and care for each other. This epidemic is so big and so tough. Our family and our friends and our community, we need to spread the awareness through the region. We need support for our families suffering and going through and living this trauma. We need to know our rights and what steps to take if this is happening to someone that we love. We need to learn how to help each other and how to be able to support our neighboring communities because we're all connected. It's time to listen, it's time to learn, it's time to acknowledge, and it's time for action. Kananaskumtin.
Thank you, Allison. Do we have any questions from council? Just Councilor Cardinal have a Councilor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I just have some comments. My struggles have always been the lack of awareness to the public when an Indigenous woman goes missing. Providing the families are consulted and are accepting, I think we need to have an awareness program. For example, putting on billboards within our region pictures of the missing women asking for information, thus giving the RCMP a better chance of providing justice and closure for the family. The end result being that the perpetrator is held accountable and convicted of doing these heinous crimes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Stroud. Do we have any other delegates for this item? Invite Stephanie Harp, Missing or Murdered and Exploited Indigenous Peoples Working Group. And again, Stephanie, just for your name for the record.
Stephanie Harp.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me. It's an honor to be here with you today. Tlanate Tansei. I brought some very powerful medicine here with me today. And Councillor Wakwan. I want to thank all of you that came to training. That meant so much. That meant that your heart was in the right place. Thank you all for being there. I truly appreciate it, and so does the community. As the top Indigenous grassroots advocate for this cause and this initiative in this country, I can tell you that this region is 7 steps behind everywhere else I've been in this country. I've traveled from Vancouver all the way to Niagara Falls. This is medicine from the people of Western Canada. This is medicine from the families. This is medicine from the people. It's very, very powerful. And this is something that has been helping me and carrying me through, especially with my team. Thank you to my team. And first of all, ATC was the first ones to bring me up here, and then everyone followed in the Friendship Center. And then I want to thank, first of all, my community of Fort McKay First Nations, and as a Métis person and a First Nations person. Okay? This is very important that you know that McKay had hired me last year to do this work. So I came here and I did the first Murder to Missing online event for this region, and it was a mess. It was so disconnected. No one can, there are other people that won't be named that wouldn't be a part of it, but we saw the disconnect, we saw the mess, and we saw, oh my goodness, Carrie Thomason and I, we collaborated. She's one of the top experts in this country as well. We've been in rooms with governments, we've been in part of the National Inquiry, we've been part of international keynotes as myself for the United Nations, and my voice does not only reach this country, but it reaches the world. And as a responsibility, as a family member, my mother being murdered, family survivor, murder attempt survivors who you're talking to right now, it's very important that you know that as an Indigenous person that we struggle through oppression, genocide, and systematic racism. And these are not things that are historical. This is embedded in every structure that we endeavor today and go through, and all that trauma that was planned upon us bleeds into the everyday of our lives and every interaction. So I think that you guys need to know when we did this online, we saw everything that needed to be done. There was a huge vacancy. And if we address this, and we can also address the racism, because it is thick here, thick. And we're going to make some changes, whether we get your support or not. I'm going to move forward, and I'm going to change this region. So just so you know, I've been changing a lot of the provincial action plan for the National Action Plan. I'm the first grassroots person in Canadian history to ever lead one for the province and for the country. And now that has been presented in Ottawa, and now the rest of the country is using my skeleton. So just so you know, this can be done, but I need everyone to be together on this. And I see up here, everyone is not together. And I just want to make sure that we bring that love, that unity, and that you guys know that this is the truth of an Indigenous person. When I trained you, I armed you with the truth. When I trained you, I gave you a gift. And now I just want you to share those back with us, with the community, with the people. Really, really important, and that you know that this is an immense struggle. There's a lot of family suffering up here, and the 9 should be honored, but my mother's not on there. My cousin Keith Harp's not on there, who was murdered in Willow Square. I grew up here. I went to school here. I was bullied here. I had to survive here. When the boom came, as soon as I was a teenager, I started with the drugs and alcohol. It's been 20 years for me. And the last 8 years, I have been changing this country. So I have to train the RCMP tomorrow, and I got much more work to do up here. We've been, moving forward in this work, and I really would truly appreciate your support and more of you coming to me to get you some more training, some more truth, and that you can hear from the families. I take care of 35 families who are murdered and missing. My mother was murdered, and the murderer got away, even though there was stalking in her file. Okay, so this is what we survive, this is what we go through, and it's really important that you understand that unity is a part of all of this too, and that's what we need to do, is come together. That'll be a big part of this lead. So we want to address that which is vacant, and we want to create what is so critically needed. And now that you know that as an Indigenous person, our human rights and our violations are exceedingly dire, that's what I need you to recognize. Masicho, hi hi.
Thank you, Stephanie. Do we have any questions of council? I'm not seeing it, so thank you, Stephanie. Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Walkman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that $230,000 be approved and allocated from the Emerging Issues Reserve into the operating budget of the Indigenous and Rural Relations Department to co-create, deliver, and disseminate prevention programs, an education and awareness campaign in partnership with Indigenous peoples to advance the calls into justice. Identified within the final report of the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, MMIWG. 2, I move that administration continue to work with Indigenous experts and organizations to implement a local action plan that is inclusive of missing and murdered and exploited Indigenous peoples, MMEIP.
Thank you. Someone second the motion. Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I second the motion.
Thank you. Are there any questions of council? Not seeing it, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Councillor Cardinal and Councillor McGrath? Councillor McGrath, are you still on the line there? Any opposed? That's carried with none opposed. And Councillor McGrath is, I guess he lost connection. Right now, we'll take a 10-minute break for council. Thank you, everyone.
of public use facilities that are accessible, affordable, and inclusive, providing broad opportunity for community members, including planning, construction, land, or equipment purchase, where the capital asset will belong to the applicant. The administrative recommendation is aligned with the Community Investment Policy, Section 5.3.1, as the requested amount represents less than 50% of the total planning, design, construction, and purchase costs of the project. The recommended motion is that $5 million be allocated to the Arts Council Wood Buffalo as a community capital grant for the development of Arts, Inc. from the Emerging Issues Reserve. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Deanna. Do we have any delegates for this item?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. We have 2 registered delegates for this item.
So I'd like to invite Leanna Wielden and Sharon Heading, Arts Council Wood Buffalo. And just a reminder, if you could state your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to make your submission, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Leanna Wielden, and I'm the Executive Director of Arts Council Wood Buffalo. With me tonight is Sharon Heading, Partnerships Manager. Arts Council has been working since 2015 on researching the state of the arts sector, gaps in arts infrastructure, and gauging the feasibility of creating affordable, accessible artist maker spaces in our region. In 2015-2016, Arts Council commissioned Hill Strategies to create the Arts Impact Measurement Report, which highlighted barriers and opportunities for the growth and success of the arts in our region. In 2017, stakeholders from arts organizations, business, and the municipality formed the Arts Recovery Working Group to further assess the impact on the arts community post-wildfire. With support from the Edmonton Community Foundation, that group hired a consultant to create the Arts Recovery Strategic Plan.
In 2018, Arts Council successfully applied to the Canadian Red Cross to support healing in the arts community to return artists to their pre-wildfire capacity through implementation of this strategic plan. A lot of healing was achieved through the Arts Recovery Project, and we engaged with almost 2,500 individuals across the region and had over 500 artists report a return to actively practicing their art. This project included public engagement and further research into the expressed need to provide workspace for artists to see how Arts Council could best address this for the arts and the community at large.
In 2020, Arts Council achieved federal funding to have a feasibility study completed, specifically regarding retrofitting the former Landmark Cinema into a creative space, what we are now referring to as Arts, Inc. The grant stream also included mentorship for social profit agencies looking to become self-sustaining while supporting the community as a social enterprise. Arts Council was one of a small group of applicants that received full funding, and we contracted Acfn Engineering to tackle the feasibility study. Acron's Managing Director, Naif Magoob, is also here with us tonight, and he's been working with Arts Council on this project for several years, volunteering many additional hours.
An engagement survey of 17 questions related to arts incubators, social enterprises, and thoughts on the availability versus the need for arts infrastructure was launched. The survey had strong engagement, including respondents taking the time to write lengthy comments and provide suggestions for the success of the project. The community engagement showed that 67.4% of respondents were not satisfied with the number and types of arts facilities currently available in our region. One of the most interesting statistics from the study is that 45.9% of the respondents were not artists, further demonstrating an overall need, and that this is not just a vanity project for artists only, but a place for the whole community to have broad engagement with the arts, which is one of the strategic opportunities mentioned in the Social Sustainability Plan.
Results from the feasibility study conclude the cinema to be well suited for an arts incubator and to provide several revenue-generating opportunities to support the self-sustainability of Arts Council as a social enterprise. As well as the SSP, Arts Inc. aligns with the Municipal Strategic Plan, Downtown Revitalization Plan, and the Municipal Culture Master Plan, which specifically notes a need for arts infrastructure and showcase opportunities in the region. Additionally, the newly released Cultural Infrastructure Needs Assessment indicates 81% of residents surveyed agreed that cultural facilities in the community are important to quality of life, while the draft municipal development plan speaks to the municipality recognizing the, quote, need for a dedicated space for the arts, unique and distinct from recreation infrastructure, end quote. As we seek to revitalize and diversify our local economy, investing in the arts is a proven strategy. Looking to other industry-based communities faced with economic downturn, natural disasters, and diminishing populations, there is solid data demonstrating the arts make a difference in the viability, sustainability, and growth of cities. For example, skilled workers are 4 times more likely to look at a community's arts and culture scene before considering a move to the given new community.
The amount of funding recommended by municipal administration is $5 million, approximately 30% of the total budget, including purchase of land and retrofitting the building. We are working with federal and provincial funding streams which require matching funds for a project such as this. The rest of our funding will come from other grants, private donations, ongoing fundraising events, community partnerships, naming rights, as well as revenue generated from the facility itself.
Support from Mayor and Council for this investment in our creative economy, in addition to the arts infrastructure in Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo, will meet many stated objectives, contribute to a remarkable quality of life for residents, be a catalyst for downtown revitalization, and be a model for other social profit agencies looking to diversify their funding through social enterprise. Thank you. Just made it.
Wow.
Right under the bell.
That was almost like it was rehearsed.
But almost. We like to be prepared.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for that. Do we have any questions from Councillor? Councillor Dogar?
To the chair, thank you very much, sir. Madam, a very nice presentation. I see a lot of good work in the community and providing good. Yes, I did the same.
Yeah, don't touch it.
No, I don't touch it. Okay. You mean I didn't touch you? Okay. So, thank you very much for your services. The question arises in my mind that why didn't you ask for this money during budgets?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, we have been strongly trying to achieve this funding through federal and provincial funders without having to come to the municipality. So we wanted to be sure that we had all of our I's dotted and T's crossed, made sure that we had a really viable 7-year projected budget, which we do. So that delayed us. We weren't ready to present. We have been working with administration throughout this process for the last several years as well. And it was suggested that this would be a good time to bring this forward. So we are here now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball.
Thank you, through the chair, to Leanna. Thanks for taking my call today. Anyway, a good discussion. I just wanted to, I guess, ask about, or maybe you could enlighten us a little on the full funding model. As I understand it, $5 million basically is seed money from us for you guys to be able to leverage other grants. Can you give us a little information about that and what kind of numbers we're looking at?
Absolutely, yes. Through the chair to Councillor Ball, we have been working closely with Canadian Heritage, which is the federal arts infrastructure and events funding for Canada. And we have, they have earmarked us for approximately $4 million for this project. It is a matching grant, so we need to be able to provide 63% of the total budget in other funds. They need to see the municipality at the table was a strong message sent to us as well. And we have been talking with the province as well. Their funding is done in increments, so we have applied for initial $1 million from the province, and we anticipate applying for an additional $3 million from them as well. We have very strong support from the provincial arts branch. We've already received $150,000 in program funding from them for this year, and I anticipate that the capital ask will be successful as well.
So the total would be $8 million from other sources, is that right?
Correct, yes.
A total of 13.
Yes,
Right, okay.
yes. And then the rest will be fundraising. So this initial piece will give us that matching leverage, as you said, to be able to access that other funding. And then we will infill the hardest $2 million. The last pieces of the puzzle will be individual giving.
Okay. And you'd mentioned revenue sources. Can you explain some of those?
Absolutely. Through the chair to Councillor Ball. We intend to purchase the building first, renovate the parking areas. So there are 4 in total. 3 of them will be made into revenue generating parking spaces in the downtown somewhat immediately upon achieving the purchase of the property. We will then move into renovating the mezzanine office spaces, which used to be the projection area. So then that again will be a revenue generating space. So we've had a number of nonprofit and for-profit organizations reach out to find out how they can secure space in the building already. And we've actually had a number of people reach out and ask if they can rent our parking right now. So there's a lot of belief that we are already in process with this and owning the building. So I think to speak to a concern you brought up earlier about will that really be a revenue generating piece, we have enough interest from businesses around that building and from the community that it will be. I think Keano and the hospital are both models of if there's a need for the parking, people will pay for the parking.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. I know we've had many conversations, and thank you not only for your presentation here, but your rather extensive presentation that we got that I had to read through. And I did with a lot of enthusiasm because in our many conversations, you've always talked about the level of pride that you have as an organization on trying to reduce your dependency on municipal funding. And a plan going forward. Your ultimate goal is to basically get to that goal. Can you talk a little bit about that for me, please?
Do you want to talk? Or I shall
start off initially.
Either of you.
I think. Yes, through the chair to Councillor Grandison, we have created a 7-year projected plan. I believe in the council package, it speaks only to the Arts Inc. operating, but I have done a detailed 7-year projected budget that speaks to Arts Council. In its current iteration, obviously our organization will change as we become a facility operator, so what programs and so on we would run, but making the assumption that a similar amount of money will be required to run Arts Council. Everything that we generate from Arts Inc. as a business will go back into running Arts Council. So we will be able to wean ourselves off the sustaining grant. Our goal is to have that done within 5 years of opening the doors of this facility. Then we might look at applying for the event grants, should that be a thing the municipality is still offering. But we do see this as being self-sustaining. So a social enterprise is a business model that charities can run. They are allowed to make profit off of certain activities to put that back into their operations, and that's what we intend to do. We've worked very closely with C-Space, which is an organization in Calgary that runs on this model. They have been very generous, sharing everything from their initial napkin drawings and good budgets and bad budgets and good decisions and bad decisions so that we can hopefully avoid those pitfalls. We've learned a lot from them, and they are still, it's an ongoing conversation. So we do feel really confident that this is something that will speak to that sustainability of our organization, and we're hearing loud and clear, with all respect, as I said to your administrative staff, that we need to figure out a way to become self-sustaining. All organizations need to, and I think Arts Council is in a very unique position to be able to do that, and I think we're the right organization to be kind of the first with this sort of social enterprise model.
The social enterprise is really the way of the future for social profits. The whole idea that the council has said itself, we need partnerships, we need organizations working together, we need to have no duplication of services. All those things are vitally important. And when you have a social enterprise, you basically are working a business model that forces you to make those good business decisions. And as Leanna said, C-Space has been incredibly generous with us. It was a phone call I made one day 2 years ago saying, hey, here I am, answer my questions. And they just sent me every business plan they had, and then answered the most important question, which was, what was your biggest do-over wish? What could you have changed if you had this to do over again? And that has allowed us to then look at a different way to present the model so that people can be engaged from the street and aren't intimidated by the arts. So I'm feeling very, very positive about that we have a model that we will be able to mentor other social profits on.
Try and talk loud. Well, there it's back on. I, again, want to applaud you for the efforts that you put, and I appreciate it. It certainly is in line with certainly some of my philosophy and my colleagues' philosophy of how we as an organization move forward and collaborate with our community partners in delivering services. So again, I applaud it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Brandoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. We also had some discussion. We came over to see the facility, I think last year or so, yeah. So my question is also, or my comment will still be around sustainability. Given the way the population in Fort McMurray sometimes can really change. So I just want to hear if you've done some research, prove findings that will support or that will say that regardless of what happens in the next few years, you are going to be fine. So that's just, that will be my big question.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, thank you for that question. As I said, we have made a projected budget. Obviously, projections are projections,
yeah.
And you hope that they can be fulfilled. We do have a full feasibility study that's been conducted by Acfn Engineering, and he has measured, the team has measured population projections as well as benchmarking to many different cities across Canada, looking at, as I mentioned in my speaking notes, communities that have faced similar economic downturn and fluctuating populations. We have been very conservative in our estimates of income. Arts Council is a very risk-adverse organization. We have been researching this, as I mentioned, since really in earnest since 2017, looking at the needs of the arts community since 2015 and fixing on this being a project that could be viable. And then as we learned about social enterprises and realized that this was something we could really bring to the community to reduce our impact, it's sort of a, what is that, short-term pain for long-term gain. It's a big investment now, but it definitely speaks to all of the things that we're reading and hearing about. And I do believe that I took Acron's numbers, I made my own numbers. We're not trusting just one source. And to speak to the experience of both our board and staff, we have an 11-person board. We have a person from Suncor who handles large project management. We have communications experts. We have people that are very well respected and known in the Indigenous community, so that we are looking at that lens. We have quite a strong multicultural makeup as well. Within the staff, I myself have a 25-year leadership career with big box retail, so handling budgets in the area of $30 million a year annually, leading staffs of 200. I've done a lot of new store and new market openings for organizations such as Starbucks, Gap Inc., Chapters Indigo. So we're not going into this without some weight and some experience behind what we're doing.
Thank you very much, and I wish you all good success.
Thank you, Councillor Bussier.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, to the two presenters. I'm going to play devil's advocate. The $5 million from the RM, if it's granted, what happens if the other $8 million doesn't come from the other two sources?
I'm going to Florida with it. No, sorry. Am I? Yes. We're, as Leanna said, we're very risk adverse. So we have a plan in place. We know that We have every reason to believe the federal money will be coming, the provincial money will be coming. But after that, the actual most difficult money is the money that will be shaking out of your individual pockets. So we have things set up so that working with Acfn so that things can be done in phases. So at no point will we be in debt. We know the exact amount of money we have to have in the bank before shovels go in the ground. So while our doors will be open and we will be generating money through our parking lots, while the rest of that money is coming in, nothing happens till we meet that magic 0.9 million, I believe. And at that point, the tenders go out for the work that needs to be done in the building and is set up so that if need be, it can be done in phases. And as you're well aware, it's a cinema, so that means that we decide our priority on each of those 6 cinemas will become a room with a specific destination. So say, for example, we decide to open the culinary arts space and the theater space first because we have the money for those. They're open, active, generating income while we are looking for the income to open that next door. So at no point will we be wasting money or having money sit around or, more importantly, be going into debt.
Okay. Now I'm looking at, I'm assuming that this may be an Acfn question, but it looks like the construction cost based on a remodel is $326 a square foot, but it says there's a little disclaimer that's based on Edmonton pricing. Is that accurate?
Through the Chair to Council Bussières, I do believe that would be better answered by Acfn. Okay. I would probably be speculating. I believe Naif has registered as a delegate to speak, so if you wouldn't mind to ask that question of him, you would get a stronger answer for sure.
Okay. Just going back then to the other question regarding the funding. So if again, playing devil's advocate, if the other 8 million doesn't materialize, so we have 5 million, you've got a half-built incubator, I guess is what happens. And
through the Chair to Council Bussières, we will take this initial 5 million, the promise of, or the deposit into our bank account as the case may be, and then we will finish the application with Canadian Heritage, and should we be successful in receiving that 4 million, at that point we will purchase and move forward with the building. We don't want to have a dead asset that we can't fundraise for. That wouldn't work for any of us.
No.
Okay. And last but not least, are you eligible for, not that it would be a huge revenue generator, casinos?
Through the Chair to Councillor Bussières, thank you for that question. We are ineligible for AGLC licenses. Arts Council is an organization that is focused on building business acumen in artists, teaching them to be entrepreneurs. And because of that, although we are a federally recognized charity, the province in the AGLC category does not recognize our charitable status. They consider us for-profit because we're encouraging our membership to make money off of their art.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bussières. Councilor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair, I want to commend you guys on an absolutely incredible presentation. The thoroughness of this, I've honestly, I haven't seen, I have not seen a business plan this detailed and this thought out. The blocks in which you guys put together to be able to raise the funding to get the federal, provincial piece to come together. You know, the fact that that's sitting on the wayside waiting for the municipality to get the buy-in together, and then like you said, no shovel on the ground till 9 million is met. Is very risk adverse. I'm very risk, like I love risk, and because I think in business that's the way it needs to go. Mm-hmm. But what you guys have put together here, you know, and I didn't want it to be let it go amiss. The board of directors, when I look at the board of directors, they're heavily involved in this community, and not just kind of like they're enterprising themselves right now, and so each one of them could be running their own business. And running it in this town. And so for all of them to come together to be able to put this together, and then as you said, the staff in and itself, I know have actually done some of those things and have done an absolutely incredible job doing it. You know, the work of Acfn and everything going through, I think you guys have been absolutely incredible. I 100% support this. because you are so detailed. I just know that this will be an absolute success, as well as going over the case studies with the 5 other ones that you guys put forward, seeing what they've done to their cities. And so as an exciting piece for downtown revitalization, taking a place that is a little gloomy right now and unoccupied, and putting art over there and making it grow, I think will do nothing but amazing things for this town. So thank you.
Thank you. If I may, through the chair to Councillor Weigel, we're risk adverse. We like to mitigate risk, but we are also quite adventurous and creative and adaptable. So I agree with you. You need to risk. No risk, no reward. But I think that doing it the smart way and being sure you have all the pieces of the puzzle available is a good way to start. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any questions, so thank you for your presentation. And again, thanks for everything you do.
Thank you.
And next delegate is Naif Magoob. And again, Naif, you just give your name at the presenter's desk for the record, and you have 5 minutes to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Naif Mahgoub, and I do understand that there was a question. So I'm here as a community member, business owner in downtown, and a supporter of the Art Council. So I understand there was a question about the sources of the construction cost estimate that we included in our visibility study. So
sure, we can go right to questions.
All right. So when we prepare the visibility study, the resource that we rely on in terms of coming up with construction cost is a software called RS Means. So this software would implement the most current construction cost in a property, in a building with similar features or similar size. So when we came up with the cost, we looked at 2 options. One is to demolish the existing building, and that cost was around 25 million. And the other one was to remodel the existing building, and that cost was about 15 million. So when we prepared our feasibility study, we did actually looked at similar facilities across Canada with a focus in Alberta. We looked at C-Space King Edward in Calgary, CSA Community Arts Center in Lethbridge, Cape Breton Center for Arts, Culture and Innovation in Sydney, New Brunswick. We looked at Artscape space in Toronto. We looked at another facility in VRLND in Calgary. So we had to look at similar facilities that have been in service for quite some time, to look at the history in terms of how it was developed and how it is operating, and in terms of its revenue and the benefits that it's adding to the surrounding community. So this is one of the main components of our report. One of the other big component was the engagement survey. So we had over 400 participants with about 1,400 written responses. About over 96 of the participants were identified as living in Fort McMurray area. About 48% of the respondents agreed that an art incubator would be beneficial for the Wood Buffalo region. About 70% of the respondents were identified as females. About 88% of respondents were with the age between 25 to 64 years old. About 84% who responded agreed that a social enterprise model would be beneficial for Wood Buffalo region. And we ended our report by, I think, five main points. Those 5 main points are, so the remodeling proposal of Landmark Movie Theater has a great location. It's in the heart of Fort McMurray downtown with wonderful accessibility and parking spaces. It's an ideal building size for its purpose as it matches the region's needs for an art incubator on compliance with our conceptual design, which was part of the visibility study. And it's a robust building. It has the building components are robust, and in terms of all electrical, mechanical, and structural components. And the good thing is it doesn't have any hazardous material based on our visual inspection, doesn't have asbestos. There is also a significant history, as most of Fort McMurray residents have previously visited the building to watch a movie long ago. And it's in a big alignment with the community and the municipality initiatives of downtown revitalization to enhance the downtown business sector. And it is inciting more traffic, which will increase business opportunities to downtown area. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Neff. We just have a question from Councilor Bussier.
Yeah, through the chair to the presenter. Again, just the question that I asked the previous presenters, the square footage cost of 326, it looks like it's based on Edmonton pricing, or is your model Fort McMurray?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, it's a combination of both. So as I said earlier, we have a software that we use, and we have been in business here for over 7 years, and we did consult with a few general contractors in town with the current construction cost per square foot at that time.
And these were like post-COVID construction costs?
True. Yes.
Okay. I'm looking at the cost to rebuild. It looks like it's about, well, a third more than the remodel cost. Is that standard in the industry for retrofitting an existing building?
Yes, that is standard. It's because when you compare demolishing and rebuilding, there is a significant additional cost for the demolishing the building and hauling the rubble off-site to public dumps after it had been segregated. So yes, there is a significant cost difference between demolishing and rebuilding when compared to remodeling the existing building. And we before we come up with numbers that have been presented in the report, we have a detailed cost analysis that we had to prepare so that we can come up with these numbers.
Okay, so but the $595 a square foot doesn't include demolition. There's $1 million demolition added to the rebuild, it said. So I'm assuming the $595 is just construction costs, not demolition.
I believe so. Yeah, I can double check and get back to you on this. It was prepared by a team, not just myself. So
okay,
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Councilor Grandison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair, maybe a question for yourself or back to Liana, just knowing you a little bit. I understand, recognize, and value the fact that you had a process for determining the numbers, but I'm also making an assumption that there will be some intellectual and sweat equity that you will be generating through the art enthusiasts in this community. Would that be accurate?
Through the chair to Councilor Grandison, I would say yes. If I understand your speaking volunteerism,
Volunteerism, you just the individual that's presenting themselves, I'm sure is part of the intellectual equity that's gone into this project. And again, knowing you, I'm assuming that you not going to put that in your business case, but I'm assuming you have it in your hip pocket as part of your hopes in terms of moving forward and ensuring this project is not only successful, but perhaps goes beyond even what you put on paper.
So just to give the council and the mayor an ideas. So aside from the feasibility study that we prepared, like even 1 year later, Sharon will come to my office and talk to me in details about how to phase this project, put it into phases, which was not actually part of a main part of our study. And when she and Liana thought about creating an immediate revenue, she also came to us and asked how she can get the parking prepared with the least cost and have maximum revenue from it, like as soon as possible, as soon as they purchase the property. So from my perspective, I believe that they are really doing their due diligence to make sure that with the minimal fund, they can get the maximum revenue as soon as possible.
And if I may, through the chair to Councillor Grandison, NAIF also has been on this journey with us for a while, and we've approached and had meetings with different property owners across Fort McMurray, Wood Buffalo, and the downtown core, and have relied heavily on his expertise as far as permitting and feasibility of other buildings, and hence the reason we arrived at Landmark Cinemas. I can definitely attest to the passion of my team. We all had our wrists slapped pretty hard for the amount of overtime and additional hours that we've worked that actually caused a bit of a financial hardship to Arts Council, which we have pulled back and be able to restore our internally restricted funds for operations. It's a good problem to have when you're reining your staff in rather than trying to motivate them, and I would say that very much the same is true of the board. And if you look into the community, when you look at volunteers for anything, whether it's supporting SPCA or the cultural festival that's coming up, it's artists that are volunteering. It's small businesses, and artists are small businesses as well, and I think that tends to get forgotten. So the more that we push aside supporting the arts, the more we send a message to volunteers that they're not that important in the community. We send a strong message to our youth as well. We're currently running a fundraiser, and we have some celebrity artists participating, which are 14 to 17-year-olds from the Suncor Energy Center evening art classes. And many of them are leaving our community to go to post-secondary, which is amazing. They should have that experience. We need to give them something to come back to. That's how we will grow our community.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Strad.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and this is just some comments. Thank you, Neil, for your presentation and the benchmarking that was done for this project. I was on a convention with Leanna, and we visited an incubator. It was so nice to see the artists and their enjoyment of the space to do their projects and their interaction with the other artists. It was quite enjoyable, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Strad. Any other questions for Delegate? Councillor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to the presenter, just a question regarding when does a building become, instead of remodeling, rebuilding? Like the economic life of the old Landmark Cinema is about 20 years. So it had, I guess the economic life of a building, when you say absolutely it's not worth remodeling, it's worth paying the extra third in construction costs and building a brand new building instead of retrofitting a 35-year-old building or a 30-year building or 20-year building.
So great question. Thank you very much through the chair. So when we were putting together the two options, whether remodeling or rebuilding, we looked deeply into the building. We didn't have constructive testing. We had visual testing. And this is one of our specialties. We mainly deal with existing building rather than building new projects. So the first thing we looked at is the structure of the building, the skeleton. So the building is built of bearing walls, brick walls. That's not common. Typically, bearing wall would last much longer when compared to typical wooden constructed buildings. We looked at even the furnaces or the boilers of the building. Even though they are quite old, they were still in an operational conditions. In part of our proposal, we do have to, in terms of the life cycle analysis of a building, we come up with a forecast of how much it will take to maintain this building over the next 20 years. So we did run an in-depth analysis to see whether it's, as you said in your question, whether it's a better option for a long-term investment on an existing building that is already old, or it's a better option to re-demolish. So we definitely have very strong evidence that this building in its own condition right now is feasible to last for much longer time with of course, the renovations proposed to be done in a proper manner, so there won't be any major destructive to the building's main components as it is right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Boussier. Do you have any questions or comments from the council for the presenters? I'm not seeing any, so thank you very much. I have someone make that motion. Councilor Grandison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that $5 million be allocated to the Arts Council Wood Buffalo as a community capital grant for the development of the Arts, Inc. from the Emerging Issues Reserve.
You have someone second that motion, Councilor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I second the motion.
Thank you. And I want to say as well, I think an excellent presentation, very in depth and detailed business plan. So I'm definitely in support of this. I think it gives us an art district that most communities have across the country and that we seem to be lacking here. And I think arts touches everybody in this building and this town in some kind of way. You know someone that's an artist, and as we've talked to different people, it just doesn't mean that you paint. It means a lot more than that. And it also aligns with our strategic plan. So I'm definitely in support of this. Do you have any other questions or comments from council? Councilor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I definitely in support of it as well. I guess my question is, playing devil's advocate again, is there any opportunity to protect the $5 million? Let's say something does go sideways 3 years down the road. Is there any way that we can protect the city or the community and have a caveat or something where the building reverts back to us?
I'll have to pass that to the interim CEO because that's not my purview.
Through the chair to Councilor Boussier, we would have to write it in the grant agreement that we are preparing, and which is all part and parcel of the funding.
Okay, so that's an automatic then?
We would put conditions into that grant agreement.
Okay, and I guess maybe I should ask the presenters, but this is a one-time ask, correct? Okay.
Can we get that on record?
Okay.
Okay, Sharon said we sure can. Can you get that down?
Okay, I guess my only point, but it sounds like our interim CEO has it covered that there will be a caveat in the request. Okay, thank you.
Excellent. Thanks, Councilor Boussier. Councilor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for that answer that it's one-time grant. That's really reassuring. And I just want to say openly that I also support this plan, and bringing back life to downtown is essential to us. And I hope the building will look beautiful. I didn't know if that should be a question or a comment, but being part of downtown revitalization and beautification, knowing where that building is, I hope you put some beauty into it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Benjoko. Councilor Dogar?
Through the chair, thank you very much, sir. It's very detailed, good presentations by the presenters. I had the honor, once I visited Arts Council there in Keanu College. They were sharing accommodation with them. Certainly I think they're at a tight place there. And once they have their independent position here, independent building here, certainly they would perform better, and it is a very healthy activity and promote more social activities in the region. Certainly an improvement to the downtown also. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Councilor Dogar. So I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And any opposed? Not seeing any. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Councilor Walkman?
Due to a personal interest in a parcel of land being considered in item 4.4, I'm declaring a conflict and leaving the room for this item.
Thank you, Councillor Walkman. So next we have the report for a proposed sale of 143 Woodman Street, Fort Chippewan to Acfn Environment Ltd. I'd like to invite Amanda Hiatus, Acting Director, Plan Development, to introduce the report.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Amanda Hiatus, Acting Director of Planning and Development, and beside me this evening is Bryn Armstrong, our Acting Manager of Land Administration, and our subject matter expert on this file. Before you this evening is a proposed land sale of 143 Woodman Street, a vacant municipally owned residential lot located in the hamlet of Fort Chippewan. In accordance with the Council policy titled Acquisition and Disposal of Real Property of Surplus Land, we can dispose of this lot. 143 Woodman Street is identified on our municipality's land inventory as surplus and is not required for current or future municipal needs. In May of 2022, the municipality listed 143 Woodman Street for sale on the open market via a public offering using a competitive bidding process. Two bids were received, and Athabasca Chippewan First Nation Environmental Limited's bid was the highest at $57,000. Planning and Development supports the sale of 143 Woodman Street to Acfn Environmental Limited, as the municipality has no current or future plans for the property, and disposal would not impact municipal operations. This concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Do we have any delegates to this item?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. We have no registered delegates for this item.
Thank you. Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that administration be directed to complete the sale of the parcel of land legally described as Lot 6, Block 12, Plan 5642 NY in the hamlet of Fort Chippewan, as highlighted on Attachment 1, Subject Area Map, for the purchase price offered by the applicant, subject to the terms and conditions outlined in Attachment 2, Terms and Conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. Have someone second that motion? Councillor Boussier?
I second the motion.
Thank you. And are there any questions from council? Councillor Boussier?
Yeah, through the chair to Amanda, just looking at your we actually had this lot for 23 years and just sold it now?
To the chair, that is correct.
What were we doing with it for the last 23 years?
We can explain the disposal process. We have to adhere to the MGA regulations in terms of tax foreclosures on the property, and this was part of the process. There was a minimum 20-year wait. I believe it was 20 years to confirm.
I'm not quite sure how many years. I believe it's probably 15. But we did adhere to the statute of limitations on that. Thank you.
Okay. And last question, do we just take the highest bid, or all bids have to be unconditional?
Through the chair to the question, this lot was placed on the open market through a competitive bid process. So we did take the highest bidder.
Thank you. Do you have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you. So I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Is there any? Oh. Give a call for a vote again. All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Next, we have the report for property tax relief policy. I'd like to invite Lori Ferguson, Chief Financial Officer, and Kevin Navindi, Manager Assessment, to introduce the report. Want to grab her? Yep.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Lori Farquharson, Chief Financial Officer, and with me is Kaven Navidi, Manager of Assessment, who will be presenting to you this evening.
Throughout the Council's term, administration will be bringing forth reports from residents or businesses that are requesting cancellation, deduction, refund, or deferral of municipal taxes. These requests must be approved by Council as per the MGA Section 347. One of the requirements of the MGA is that the decision made by Council be fair and equitable to all taxpayers. We are introducing a property tax relief policy to help guide Council's discretionary authority to ensure that requests are dealt with in an equitable, consistent, and transparent manner. If Council determines, after due consideration of tax burden impacts to other property owners in the municipality, that the granting of such relief is equitable based on the circumstance brought forth to the Council, the authority to grant tax reliefs as outlined in Section 347 of the MGA still resides with Council. Administration recommends the approval of tax relief policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any delegates for this item? Right, Charles Scott, Condominium Corporation, 8120257.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Charles Scott. I work for and on behalf of the Condominium Corporation, also known as Hillview Park, now known as Hangstone Point. This condominium was part of the loss during the wildfire from Absent. We're probably the most known of the recovery from the fire, and we received occupancy in October 2020 from the fire after many struggles. In the return, we finally got the realization that over 105 owners out of 214 did not return through various foreclosures, or not foreclosures, bankruptcies, consumer proposals, or a couple were bank owned already. I'm already scheduled to present on July 12th to Council asking for tax for cancellation of about $240,000 that has been accrued since the wildfire and is still accruing today. And the difficulty that we have is that while the owners are shareholders of the condominium corp, we cannot ask for the property to be forgiven as we're not directly the named owner per this policy. And further, this policy can affect this request that is scheduled for July 12th, as it's narrowing the window to 2 years and who's allowed to present on behalf of others. So I'm asking that this policy be grandfathered and that my July 12th presentation be considered with the current policies in place. Condominium Corporation is elected, just like Mayor and Council, by the owners, and we are tasked to do what's in the best interest of the ownership as a whole. I'll probably explain more in 2 weeks to you all, so I'll leave it at that for now.
Thank you, Charles. Do you have any questions of Council? Councilor Benjogo.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. My question, I think might be to administration, is whether this will be something we've done in the past, or are we setting a precedent? And can we be able to do this for others in future? Thank you.
Through the chair to Councilor Benjogo, are you asking in regards to the grandfathering?
Yes.
I really don't know if we have done that in the past.
have any other questions for the delegate? Any other questions from the delegate for council? Councilor Boussier?
Through the chair to Charles. So what relationship do you have with the condominium? You're a condominium owner, or you're a board member, or you're just hired to represent them?
I'm actually a former owner.
Former owner.
Yeah, I'm a former owner. I couldn't sustain the property for 4 years. And as I was a board member at the time, the fire with the termination of our first builder, I was hired so that they can have long-term memory as board changes over, and the lawsuit's still ongoing and could be for another 5 years. So I help them with different things that as needed.
And
This is
obviously the lawsuit costs money and the owners have to cough up that, I guess.
It's a $23 million statement of claim.
Yeah, I know. I think I know a little bit about your story, and obviously it's not good. So, but anyways, no, I was trying to get some clarification on who you represent or what you represent.
Yeah, I represent the board of directors.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Boussier. Councilor Weigel?
Thank you, Mayor, and through the chair. Thank you for the presentation. I guess this question is probably to administration, and I think I'm just not understanding it. In section 3.3, 3.3.2, presentation to council, it says that the property owner or an agent approved by the property owner. Would this gentleman, or I guess I'm missing the language here, but you would, as an agent, would be able to speak on behalf of the property owners, would you not?
I've been in talks with administration for over a year, with Acfn, even legal for the city. And the challenge that administration seems to have is the named person on title, even though the corporation has a fractional share, isn't seen as the property owner. So, for example, since my name's on title for one of the properties, I can assign it to myself, but the corporation can't assign it to me as their representative, because they're not the named property owner.
Sure. Can we get clarification, please?
To Chair, to Councilor Weigel, usually we need the agent authorizations to deal regarding the taxes with the property owner's agent, and there's very sensitive and FOIP information that needs to be released. Therefore, we prefer to deal with the owners or the agents. In this case, we request agent authorization be filled by the property owners, but we haven't received any.
Thank you. And so just so my clarification, I don't deal with property. The titled owner can't sign over authorization to the condo board to speak on their behalf to the council? Is that my understanding?
The owners can sign agent authorization to whoever they feel is suited.
The issue is you cannot get a hold of the owners to be able to speak on their behalf as a whole corporation.
Correct. I can't get the individual ownership. For example, we had to serve some paperwork in a recent proceeding, and I had 3 owners who just, oh, that's where you're from, don't want to talk to you. I did a bankruptcy 4 years ago. I'm done with this property. And to me, a condominium corporation represents all owners, so they do have agency rights, but that's not what's seen here by administration thus far, even though we've made that application in court with different things that we've done.
Could you, I guess, I don't need to make this all the way out. Are you able to represent the condos that do sign over authorization, or do you have to represent them as a whole board or none at all?
I could do individuals, the ones that I get. Either way, the process is that administration will reject our application no matter whose authorizations I get. It's the way the MGA and the understanding, even from our own lawyers, administration will reject it. It's a question of, it will end up in council.
Okay, so it'll come back to council either way?
Yeah.
Okay, then that's the process. Okay, thank you.
And for clarification for council, this is on the July 12th agenda. Councilor Boussier?
Well, I was just going to mention that we're discussing the bylaw, not Charles Scott, and he's coming. Okay.
Thank you, Councilor Boussier. Councilor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. So this is to Kevin. So Kevin, this is the first time a property tax relief policy has come forward to council. Is that correct?
To the chair, to Councilor Estrada, that's correct.
So is there any changes to the previous format that we used?
We didn't have any formal policy in place, and this is the first time we are bringing this to the council to provide some transparency and guidelines.
Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Stroud. Do you have any more questions from council for delegate? Not seeing any. Can I have someone make the motion? Councilor Banjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that the property tax relief policy FIN-280 dated June 28, 2022, as outlined on attachment 1, be approved.
Thank you. Can I have someone second the motion? Councilor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I second the motion.
Thank you. Are there any more questions or comments from council? Councilor Grandison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure who in administration, but just in listing this, does this open the door for any citizen to almost bypass and ignore administration and come to council for a tax relief situation they may have?
Through the chair to Councilor Grandison, no, it doesn't. We still have the similar process whereby they would request, and then administration would work with them and prepare the applicable council report, etc. So it doesn't bypass it. What it does is give some clarity on what you can do as far as property tax relief.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that it just didn't open the floodgates.
Thank you, Councilor Grandison. Councilor Boussier.
Yeah, thank you. Just, I guess through the chair to admin. So what's the difference between the previous or this amendment? I'm a little confused. Is this prior to tonight's meeting, people were allowed that were in default or behind in their taxes were permitted to come to council to ask for relief. But council.
Through the chair to Councilor Boussier. Yes, that was still all our process, and we still continue to follow the MGA. Right. So what this particular tax relief policy does is just outlines what's in the MGA that is available to council when making a decision. So we are just trying to make it clear because we do, unfortunately, get requests. So we just want to get to the right path.
Okay. So through the chair to Kevin. And maybe it's actually, I'll just leave it for, the gentleman is still, Charles Scott, is still going to come in 2 weeks no matter what happens tonight.
To the chair, to Councilor Boussier, that's correct. They will presenting the case. Administration will gonna deny it because they are not the owner, but that will be a council's decision.
Right. So the decision we make tonight has no impact on Charles Scott or the Hillview condominiums.
In my opinion, it doesn't have any impact on their presentation.
Okay, so we can still hear them next week. We can still, or 2 weeks, and still make the decision that we come to.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
I feel like you have something to add, Charles. You want to press? There you go.
My understanding reading the policy is it limits the amount of years that can be considered. I think you wrote in 3.25, 2 years only, which we're still recovering from the fire, and we have tax arrears probably dating back that far. As I've already asked forgiveness or permission from administration not to force a tax sale as we deal with the property. And that, to me, is one of the things that might be limiting as a policy as your guide.
So I have a question for Kevin. So again, as his request would be denied under even the current policy, but we would still decide in council on July 12th.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Charles.
Thank you.
If there's no other questions, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Opposed? I'm not seeing any. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, I'll now vacate the chair for Councillor Stroud. Don't eat my cookies.
I will. No, I didn't. Linda's going to. Okay, I'll just start. So moving on to item 6.1, Councillors' motions. I invite Mayor Bowman to speak to his motion. Following that, we will hear from delegates and then questions of council, followed by debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. I brought this motion forward as during campaigning and previous to the summer, I've heard from a lot of our community. They wanted to have the same amenities in other communities across the country, as like in Ontario, there's hookah lounges, and they wondered why they couldn't have it here. So I did bring this up for our administration to look into what we need to do for a bylaw to have this, or if it's even possible. And basically, it's something, we're a multicultural community. That's even shown by our council when we sit around this room. And if we can do something, provide something for our community that they have in other communities, that could be a reason people to stay here in this community. So my reason for bringing it up is to provide amenities for everyone in our community.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. We will now move on to delegates. Do we have any delegates for this item?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. We do have a number of registered delegates, and we'll start with Les Hagan, Action on Smoking and Health, ASH, Canada, via Microsoft Teams.
Right now.
Deputy Mayor, it looks as though we don't have Mr. Hagan on Microsoft Teams, so we can move on to our next delegate, Dr. Brent Friesen, Medical Officer of Health, Alberta Health Services.
Good evening, Deputy Mayor and Council. I'm wondering if I could have permission to give a brief presentation or display my screen.
Please state your name for the record, and as a reminder, you have 5 minutes to make your submission. Following your submission, you may remain online for questions from council. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Brent Friesen, Medical Officer of Health with Alberta Health Services, and I'm responsible for the tobacco, vaping, and cannabis program within Alberta Health Services. Previously, you've had your land acknowledgement. Again, want to re-acknowledge that. What I wanted to speak to was around the acknowledge that water pipe smoking is culturally relevant in Middle East, Africa, and Asia, but wanted to focus that cultural relevance is not the same or equal to sacred practices and is not regulated in the same way. The other is that commercialization activities have been responsible for the rapid increase in water pipe smoking that's been seen in the Middle East and other countries. According to the World Health Organization, water pipe smoking has unique features and factors that have contributed to a rapid rise among young people. These include the introduction of flavored tobacco, social acceptability to the cafe and restaurant culture, developments in mass communication and social media, in the absence of water pipe specific policy and regulations. The rising trend in water pipe smoking among youth and young adults was first seen in the Middle East in the 1990s and has since spread to many countries and continents. Water pipe smoking is marketed as a popular way to spend time with friends socializing. Shisha is promoted in sweetened fruit flavors that appeal to young people and women. It's also sometimes portrayed as a traditional activity appealing to people's sense of identity and heritage. Among the most common reasons for people, especially youth, to be interested in smoking hookah are positive viewpoints, fun, new experiences, and misconceptions about the risk. They do not realize that the pollutants from a single episode of water pipe smoking are equivalent to smoking 40 to 100 cigarettes. Dr. Fadi Hamel, a researcher with the University of Alberta, found in his research and review of literature that ethnocultural traditions play only a minor role in the rising popularity of contemporary water pipe smoking use among new users. In Alberta, about 18% of students in grade 9 to 12 report having tried hookah before. Just under half this age group surveyed incorrectly believe that hookah is less harmful than smoking cigarettes. They report, students report some of the reasons for doing it as fun to gain new experiences and the perceived low risk and ease of access. Smoking, vaping, rather cigarettes, vape pens, or water pipes all model social behavior. The World Health Organization reports that the spread of water pipe use bears the potential to serve as a bridge to cigarette smoking among young people. The spread of water pipe smoking outside of cultural practices is likely to continue unless countered by effective policies and regulations such as those already in place in Wood Buffalo's smoking and vaping bylaw. Just to illustrate, in the Middle East, that a large number of countries have implemented regulations, prohibitions in relation to water pipe smoking in public places. In recognition and or in response to the recommendations from the World Health Organization that water pipe smoking is a significant health issue in relation to cardiovascular and lung health in the region. As well, during the recent COVID pandemic, a number of countries extended the bans because of the role that water pipe smoking played in the transmission of disease. In closing, I'd acknowledge the challenging times that we've been faced over the past 2 years. And as ways of recovery and bringing people together are explored, I would request that Council not compromise the measures put in place previously to protect the health of the public and the workers in the hospitality industry. And I thank you for your time, and thank you for continuing to protect and promote the health of people living and working in Wood Buffalo.
Thank you for your presentation. And are there any questions of Council for this delegate? Councillor Grandison.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Remember her title there, Deputy Mayor Stroud. Thank you very much for your information. I certainly appreciate it. And if I can gather or summarize what I heard you say, is research indicates that the smoking of this type of pipe is equal and has the same health effects as smoking other products. Is that basically what I'm hearing you say?
That's correct. There's no difference in terms of the health effects between smoking water pipe, shisha, and regardless of whether or not it contains tobacco or nicotine, we still see the same health effects and consequences as from smoking cigarettes.
Thank you. I do appreciate that. I just sometimes like to mention, when I grew up, smoking cigarettes in the home was considered culturally normal as well. And I actually can go so far as to say my mother, after having 4 children and smoked through all of her pregnancies, made a point of identifying that no harm came to her children and preached that very clearly when the statistics didn't necessarily support that. So I do appreciate your letter and the information you provided. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. And now, Mayor Bowman.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Stroud. A few questions, Doctor. Thank you for your presentation. Really appreciate it. So a few things. So the the shisha, the hookah that does not contain nicotine, you're saying it's just as harmful as cigarettes that contain nicotine?
That's correct. It's the issue is with the actual act of combustion in terms of the burning and heating of the shisha product. So even though it doesn't necessarily contain nicotine, we still see all those harmful combustion products from that heating of the shisha, as well as the charcoal that is used for the heating process. And even using other alternative sources of heating, such as electric shisha, because of the that heating it up to combustion level, it produces those contaminants and including similar carcinogens to what we see with cigarette smoking. The role of the carbon monoxide, or pardon me, the coals and charcoal that's used for heating actually generates much higher levels of carbon monoxide, and that's been an issue that we've seen in Calgary, where shisha smoking is still allowed, where we've seen carbon monoxide poisoning requiring treatment in hyperbaric chambers in Edmonton among people partaking in the practice, or the people that are workers that are responsible for lighting the pipes for clients. So there are certainly significant health risks for both workers as well as to members of the public.
Thank you, Doctor. And also, you mentioned Edmonton a few times in your studies. Are there hookah lounges in Edmonton?
The city of Edmonton has passed a bylaw in terms of that, which bans hookah lounges in Edmonton. The council there had allowed them in terms of a phase-out period for that legislation to come into effect. So they would not be allowed there. They're not allowed in Airdrie. There's a number of municipalities in Alberta that do not allow hookah and shisha lounges under their smoking bylaws. And again, just want to acknowledge the leadership and foresight that Wood Buffalo showed by incorporating it in your legislation. Again, a number of jurisdictions. I know you referenced Ontario, a number of communities in Ontario, Ottawa, and others also restrict or prohibit water pipe smoking in their communities. And as I mentioned, certainly in the Middle East, a number of the countries are moving to restrict water pipe smoking in public places in recognition of the rising rates of smoking or use of water pipes among young people and the impact on health in those countries.
Thank you. And also, you mentioned the effects were equal to 40 to 100 cigarettes. How much hookah, is it by amount of time or tobacco in the shisha? How's that? You said it referenced it was equal to 40 to 100 cigarettes.
Yeah. Where that comes from is air quality studies, where they monitored the air in hookah lounges, and they've looked at the concentrations of different contaminants that have been produced. And so that range of 40 to 100 depend in terms of on the particular contaminant that you measure. So the higher amounts would be things like carbon monoxide, because again of the charcoal as well as the shisha or hookah, and then the PAHs or heavy metals as well. So it's measuring what's happened to the air quality over that smoking, what would be called one pipe of water pipe, and seeing what happens to that air quality, and how many cigarettes would have to be smoked to produce that sort of equivalent impact on air quality.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Councillor Banjoko.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So thank you for bringing this forward, Mr. Mayor. This actually sent me into doing some research because I never even knew what it was. And it's good education. Thank you, Doctor, for clarifying certain things for us. My question is, as of today, is it legal to, is it smoke hookah, or is that the right thing to say? Is it something legal that could be done? And if that is the case, do we also have other smoking lounges, or what is the, and do we have the need for this in the community? Maybe that would be to, I don't know, Mayor Bowman.
Councillor Banjoko, are you asking a question to the delegate?
No, delegate has clarified. I'm asking to maybe Mayor Bowman.
So at the present time, we're just asking questions to the delegate.
Okay. So thank you, delegate, for the clarification and for the education.
Through the deputy mayor, if possible, can I just provide my understanding in terms of the restrictions that are in place? So at the present time, under provincial legislation, any product that contains tobacco would be illegal in terms of to smoke in a public place. And because of the wording in the Wood Buffalo bylaw, water pipe tobacco, including shisha or hookah that doesn't contain tobacco or nicotine, is also prohibited in terms of smoking in public places.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Councillor Banjoko. Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, madam. I just want to ask you, sir, that is it illegal anywhere in Canada to smoke this water pipe tobacco?
It would not be illegal for an individual to smoke in terms of their home and their private property. And then again, depending on the particular municipality that you live in, it may or may not be covered under, and the local municipal bylaws may have restrictions in terms of which public places you would be allowed to smoke or not smoke hookah in.
Secondly, sir, you know, this is not illegal. We have the freedom of action. We can do anything we feel like, as long as it is not illegal. It is not dangerous for health. It is a very cheap.
Councillor Dogar, we're not in debate right now. Thank you. We're just asking questions to the delegate. Thank you.
No, that is over. No question that side.
You want me to read it out? Dr. Jack Pang, Medical Officer of Health, North Zone, Alberta Health Services, via MS Teams.
Hi there, good evening.
Doctor, can you please state your name for the record? And as a reminder, you have 5 minutes to make your submission. Following your submission, you may remain seated or online for questions from council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Jack Pang. May I have the permission to share my screen to present a few slides?
Is there any concerns from council? Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. So again, thank you, Mayor and Councillor, for giving me the opportunity to present here today to speak about this important public health issue. As I mentioned earlier, my name is Dr. Jack Pang. I am a physician with specialty certification in public health and preventive medicine, and I speak to you today as the Medical Officer of Health for Alberta Health Services, North Zone. I'd like to begin my presentation with a land acknowledgement. I acknowledge that our work takes place on Treaty 6 and Treaty 8 territory, Métis Nation of Alberta Regions 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6, and Métis Settlements General Council representing 8 Métis settlements. I would like to present to Council today on some of the health hazards associated with water pipe smoking, as I feel this is relevant to the proposed motion. There are many risks to public health when water pipe smoking is carried out in public places. These risks can be viewed as in two groups: risks that are inherent to the individual's choice to engage in the practice, and then the risks to non-consuming members of the public. The risks for the individual engaged in the smoking are clear and irrefutable. These include risk of cancer, heart, and lung disease, which may lead to premature death. But I would like to focus more so on the risks for the non-consuming members of the public. Allowing water pipe smoking in public can lead to normalization of smoking behavior and increase smoking appeal for youth and young adults who might initiate smoking early. Drifting secondhand smoke would potentially lead to exposure to other patrons in or near the establishment. Shared use of water pipe equipment and use of inadequately cleaned equipment can lead to increased community transmission of infectious diseases. Furthermore, work environments in these establishments could be also negatively impact the health of the employees there and others who are required to perform their duties on the premise. However, luckily, currently in the municipality of Wood Buffalo, we do have the bylaw 18/022, which clearly separates these two risk groups. This bylaw eliminates risks that arise specifically due to consumption in public places and introduces the highest level of protection for members of the public. It protects youth from susceptibility of initiating use because of social modeling, normalizing smoking behavior. It protects young adults from perpetuating harm smoking behaviors that is commercialized to increase appeal. It protects patrons from the health harms of secondhand smoke exposure. It protects every member of the society from community spread of infectious diseases. It protects employees in the industry from precarious and inequitable working conditions, and further extends protection to a broader workforce performing their essential civic duties like health inspectors, enforcement services, and first responders. Additionally, this bylaw does all of this while preserving an individual or group of individuals' private and personal choice to continue to partake in this culturally relevant practice. In other words, it offers protection without infringement on personal choices. It doesn't prohibit the practice, but restricts where it can take place in order to address public health risks and implications. Any actions taken to remove the public protection established by this bylaw are actions that serve to selectively diminish protection for certain members of the public. In closing, we recognize the numerous challenges we've all had to face over the past 2 years and are still facing today. However, we certainly should not sacrifice health of the public for economic recovery and growth. We strongly urge Council to not proceed with the proposed motion as it's currently worded. If that's not possible, we encourage Council to reframe the motion in a more neutral stance rather than asking administration to find ways to allow hookah establishments. Administration can be tasked to explore the risks and benefits of such establishments to really further influence and inform further deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Pang. Are there any questions of Council for this delegate? Oh, sorry. Thank you for your presentation, Dr. Pang.
Thank you.
So our next presenter will be Norma Bruins, Alberta Health Services, North Zone Environmental Public Health, please. Good evening. Please state your name for the record, and as a reminder, you have 5 minutes to make your submission. Following your submission, you may remain online for questions from Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and members of Council. My name is Norma Bruins. As a health inspector based out of Fort McMurray, my role is to promote safe and healthy environments for the public, including indoor air quality. As we have already heard, exposure to environmental tobacco smoke has significant health impacts, including cancer, cardiovascular and lung disease, and many other adverse effects. There is no safe level of exposure to secondhand smoke. Smoke from shisha that does not contain tobacco is just as dangerous as smoke from tobacco products. Research has shown that herbal shisha products have carcinogens and toxins present at levels equal to or greater than tobacco products. Environments containing secondhand smoke are not safe or healthy. Exposure to secondhand smoke falls under the public health definition of nuisance, which is anything that is or might become injurious to the public health or that might hinder in any manner the prevention or suppression of disease. Ventilation systems are often looked to as an option for controlling exposure to environmental smoke. General ventilation systems are designed for air exchange, comfort, temperature, odor, and humidity control. They are not designed to, nor are they capable of, removing contaminants such as environmental smoke. General ventilation systems may actually distribute secondhand smoke throughout a building, even in separately enclosed and exhausted negative pressure rooms. Over time, a building will accumulate contaminants from smoke and become an extremely unhealthy place to be. Specialized ventilation systems that are very expensive to install and maintain may help reduce contaminants, but are not capable of eliminating carcinogens and other toxic substances. ASHRAE, the American Society of Heating, Refrigerating, and Air Conditioning Engineers, focuses on advancing human well-being through sustainable technology for the built environment and has representation from 132 countries. ASHRAE's position is that all smoking activity inside and near buildings should be eliminated, which is supported by the conclusions of health authorities that any level of environmental smoke exposure leads to adverse health effects. With over 7,000 chemicals found in secondhand smoke, ventilation is not an option because a ventilation system with the technology to eliminate carcinogens in environmental smoke does not exist. Air cleaning is not an effective method for controlling environmental tobacco smoke exposure. Devices such as smoke eaters, electronic air cleaners, ozonators, and mechanical or chemical filtration should be dismissed as ineffective for environmental tobacco smoke control. Alberta's Chief Medical Officer of Health has recommended that water pipe use be prohibited in enclosed public spaces and workplaces. Leading health experts, including Health Canada and the World Health Organization, have stated that ventilation cannot completely eliminate exposure to secondhand smoke. Since exposure cannot be reduced to a safe level, the only solution to provide an acceptable level of protection against adverse health effects is to eliminate smoking in indoor environments. Air quality in shisha venues affects not only owners, operators, and participants, but also many others. If the shisha venue is part of a multi-unit building, those in adjacent units may also be adversely affected. Others at risk include health inspectors such as myself, occupational health and safety, safety code officers, emergency personnel such as EMS or firefighters, and cleaning and maintenance workers. Since there is no safe level of exposure to environmental smoke, and there is no ventilation system that will remove carcinogens from this smoke, individuals within these settings will continue to risk their health by being affected by second and third-hand smoke. The only means of effectively eliminating health risks associated with indoor exposure is to ban smoking activity. Thank you.
Thank you, Norma, for your presentation. Are there any questions of council for this delegate? There's no questions, Norma, so thank you very much for your presentation. Now we'll go on to the next presenter, who is Heidi Gold and Caroline Evancio, Alberta Health Services, Fort McMurray Public Health. So thank you, ladies. Please state your name for the record, and as a reminder, you have 5 minutes to make your submission. Following your submission, you may remain seated for questions from Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor and councillors. My name is Heidi Gould. Thank you for having us this evening to engage in this conversation around the proposal to motivate businesses in our region to open commercial for-profit water pipe smoking lounges. I'm a citizen of Fort McMurray and I've lived here for 14 years. I am a registered nurse as well as a manager with Alberta Health Services in the public health office here, and I've worked as a public health nurse since 2008. I've always been passionate about public health. It represents so much from community connectivity, promoting and maintaining high quality of life, and avoidance of disease and our overall wellness. Public health is founded on the principles of health promotion and the determinants of health. We examine the relationship between behaviors and the environments in which people live, and we know that behavior does not occur in isolation without consequence, and that governments such as yourselves can have an impact on the people living in your community, your population. The social determinants of health describe the indicators that predict health. They are the circumstances in which people are born, live, work, and age, and the systems that we have in place to deal with illness. Our role is to focus on health gains and improvements for optimum impact on our population. The commercial determinants of health are the conditions and actions by corporations and businesses that affect health. These can be positive, but they can also be negative. In this case, the strategies used by the business sector to promote products that are dangerous for health, for example, the normalization of smoking into the eyes of the youth of our community, as well as the promotion of flavored shisha with flavors like bubblegum or strawberry margarita, it leads us to an understanding of this could be negative. As stewards of healthy communities, we are all responsible to take on a role which positively impacts our citizens, contributing to healthy development and aging. We should foster well-being through health gains in the social and commercial determinants of health and work together to mitigate any negative impact on the health of our population.
And I'm Caroline Evancio, Alberta Health Services Health Promotion. And how we describe health promotion is enabling people to live as healthy as they can in whatever situation that is, whether it's in schools, seniors' homes, whatever situation that they may be in at the time. Basically, I want to thank you for this opportunity to provide community voice. I'm a longtime resident of Fort McMurray, and I've been fortunate enough to work alongside many of the municipality staff that are here tonight, as well as on some council-appointed committees. I have been impressed with the passion and proactive mindset for health and wellness within the municipality. We know that building a healthy community creates an environment where the healthy choice is the easy choice. The choices people make are supported by the choices that are available to them. How can the RMWB provide an environment that encourages residents to make healthy lifestyle choices? In the recent draft of the RMWB Municipal Development Plan, one of your goals indicates that the RMWB will propose new policies and programs to provide a better quality of life. It supports health and wellness with active living initiatives. The Wood Buffalo Downtown Advisory Committee Work Plan also encourages active living in your approved 2 to 3 year plan. Legalizing hookah lounges certainly does not align with this with these forward-thinking actions. We know that with the fairly recent changes to allow vape sales, there has been an increase in the number of youth that are choosing to vape in Fort McMurray. Will the result be the same with the legalization of hookah lounges? I ask you to continue to put emphasis on building healthy communities and in providing positive social and physical environments for our residents and positive social modeling for our youth. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Heidi and Caroline, for your presentation. Are there any questions of council for this delegate? We don't have any questions at this time. Thank you again for your presentation. And now we have Zachariah Talil, resident. So Zachariah, can you please state your name for the record? And as a reminder, you have 5 minutes to make your submission. Following your submission, you may remain seated for questions from council. Thank you.
Thank you for seeing me today. My name is Zachariah Talil. Been living in this community since 2006. First of all, thank you, Mayor Sandy, for bringing this forward. Shisha is something culturally done by Middle Eastern and Eastern African communities, which have increased a lot in this community since I first moved here. Shisha is something that it's done as people come together, and it's like a social thing. And it's legal in Calgary, it's legal in Toronto, it's legal in many cities. The health guys who came up and talked about the risks and everything. Those risks are yeah, they're there, but these are for people who come into a facility and purchase these shishas, right? These are people who want to smoke, right? So it's not, the council could put restrictions like age limits, entering facility, which would be controlled, ventilations to protect the people. And yeah, so earlier today I spoke to a few council members and they didn't know what a shisha is, and I brought a shisha pipe to show everyone. And also there's tobacco flavored shisha, and there's herbal shisha, which is made out of sugarcane. It has no tobacco in it, and that's what we want to serve. And that's, I personally would like to open up a business in this city to bring the community together and provide shisha so everyone can come together and and interact and basically. But yeah, I'm all over the place, but yeah.
Thank you, Zachariah, for your presentation. And I'm just going to ask if there's any questions from council for yourself. Councillor Banjoko.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you for your quick presentation. After listening to a lot of health risks and presentations before yours, I just want to ask, and you said you would like to open a business for this?
Yeah, my goal is to open up a business in downtown and open it up for the public. And with the bylaw, it states like public places and stuff. And my goal is to get that to allow indoor private areas where people would be ID'd. People would be ID'd, and there will be age limit, and there will be put restrictions there to protect the public outside of it.
Okay.
Right.
How popular or how much need of this do we have? They do some research, and everything is supply and demand, and do we have enough?
There's a massive need and want for shisha in Fort McMurray. And I don't have a tally of everything, but I could set up like a petition and to show you guys, but there is a massive need, want for shisha in this community. The fact that cigarettes are legal, weed is legal in the city and in Canada, alcohol is legal. These are all things that are bad for your health, but are legal, and you're able to do in this country, right? So what is the difference when it comes to shisha? Is it because it's not? Is it because it's not known to this culture, or I'm not too sure why, but it's something that was done for years, for thousands of years in Arab countries and in African countries, and the doctor stated that a lot of Arab countries are banning shisha, and that's crazy because that's very untrue. But yeah.
Okay. And thanks for coming with the real thing to show us. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Banjoko. Councillor Dogar?
Thank you very much, madam. Thank you, buddy, for the good presentation. Certainly encourage new people to come forward and bring new business also, and it is also innovation in this community. It has a culture background. I understand that people sit around it, share their good feelings, share knowledge, spend some good time. And once there was no television in our part of the world, people used to enjoy sitting around it. I want to ask you, the question is that what is the ratio of the expenses of the customers, users, those who share, as compared to cigarettes? You know, cigarette is expensive, expensive phenomena using. This is very cheap, which I know. So do you work out some ratio between the both expenses? Expenses of the cigarette, expenses of this hookah?
So again, it's if I was to open up if this does pass and I was able to open up a business in Fort Marin, then I'll be charging $15 per pipe, if that's what you're asking.
No. Pipe means for sending for selling it, you will charge $15.
Yeah, per pipe. Yeah.
Per pipe you are selling. You know, the
Councillor
users.
Dogar, we're debating Mayor Bowman's motion.
Okay.
So ask questions of the motion itself, please.
So I ask Mayor Bowman or the individual?
You ask the
I
delegate.
think he has presented it, the new thing, innovation.
What we're looking for is to be directed to investigate and bring forward a bylaw or bylaw amendments to allow for hookah lounges. So that's what we're debating and asking questions to the delegate.
So I would recommend that, but you know, certainly I want to highlight for the user, it is quite cheap. For the user, you know, for $15 is once expenses. Am I right? For each pipe, it is $15.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Did you have any more questions,
No.
Councillor Dogar? Thank you. Councillor Bouziers?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Stroud. Through the chair to the presenter. You indicated cigarettes, alcohol, cigars, weed are all legal. But is there, outside of alcohol, is there a public place where you can consume those in this community? Like, can I go somewhere for a cigarette or cigar or weed and smoke it?
I'll say no. You can't.
So what would be the difference with your store then?
But again, it's a facility, it will be a store where people who want to smoke would come, right? Not people who don't want to smoke. For the same thing, if I'm walking down the street and someone's smoking a cigarette, I don't want to smoke, but I'm still inhaling all that while walking by him. you could say the same thing about that, but it's a private location. It would be for people who want to come, and there'll be measures to protect the public and to protect people with ventilation and ID checks and all that.
Okay, I guess my question was, there's no other, you mentioned that they're legal, but my question was, I don't think there's another facility outside of going outside or your own home where you can, or your friend's home, where you can go in and smoke a cigarette or a weed or a cigar in this community.
No.
No, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Braziers. Councillor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair, to the presenter. I guess I'll speak to that last question. The answer is no. I'm a smoker.
Yeah.
There is nowhere I can go to smoke indoors, period, except at my own home. So I guess my question is very similar. Why would it be okay to be able to smoke in this establishment? The province has restricted me. I can't anywhere indoors. I can't light up right here. They won't let me. I'd like to, but they won't let me. Sometimes we don't get to make those choices. You know, because I want to doesn't mean I can. So my question to you is, what makes this different? I think Councillor Bouzier was asking that, but I wasn't quite catching the answer, other than the want. The fact that they want to might not come into play here.
There is no difference, but again, for example, you live in an apartment building, you smoke in your unit, it travels everywhere else, and that's the same thing, right?
No, there's doors.
Yeah.
You probably can't smoke in the hallway in an apartment unit.
You can't.
Well, you can, but
Yeah,
I'm sure there's a fine associated with it. Roughly $500. They're written all over this building. I think it's 500. Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Mayor Bowman, can you please put the motion on the floor?
Mr. Jack Pang, Alberta Health Services mentioned. I talked about the risks and benefits, and I thought about amending it to add that, but I think today, hearing from the medical officer of health from Alberta Health Services, hearing from Alberta Health Services North, yourself, Alberta Health Services North Zone Environmental Public Health, as well as Alberta Health Services Fort McMurray Public Health, I think we just did the risk and benefits analysis ourselves. Having said that, I move that the administration be directed to investigate and bring forward a bylaw or bylaw amendments to allow for hookah lounges in the regional municipality of Buffalo.
Can I get a seconder, please? Yeah, there's nobody.
Through the chair to Deputy Mayor and members of council, the motion's been moved. If it doesn't receive a seconder, that's it procedurally. It is dealt with this evening with no seconder, and it will not move forward for debate and consideration of council. Just wanted to clarify process.
Thank you, Dogar. Councillor Dogar. Are there any questions of council followed by debate points? Councillor Grandison.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Stroud. I don't know if it's so much a question as I'm not a scientist, and 57 years I smoked. And I'd like to say you're dealing with a very newly reformed non-smoker, so I'm particularly cranky. Just over 3 weeks now, I might add. Having said that, there is not a time in my adult life where I didn't know that what I was doing was harmful to me, and there was not a time in my life where I didn't know what I was doing was harmful to other people. And I made a point of not smoking around my children or in my home or around other people, knowing that I was harming myself but not others. I listen to all the evidence. And I'm not a scientist, and I don't profess to be, so I have to listen to the people that are a lot smarter than me. I had no awareness of the harm of smoking this product in a water pipe until tonight. I honestly thought it was harmless and a social activity and stuff prior to the information I received tonight. And I, in good conscience, could not support anything that would allow an individual's rights to influence and harm somebody else, and therefore would not be in support of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Mayor Bowman?
Thank you. I almost said thank you, Councilor Grandison. I just have a question for administration. Just when it comes to the smoking bylaws in place now, we have, I believe, 10 meters from the front door of a restaurant, for example. Does that apply for all cigarettes, or does that just, is a hookah fall into that as well? $16, Jane. She's on 16.
Oh, thank you. I'm on now. Through the chair to the mayor, I don't believe that hookah falls into that. I believe it's smoking and vaping that our bylaw refers to.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Councillor Banjoko?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just would like to echo Councillor Grandison. After listening to the testimonies from the doctors and health workers and leaders here, I think it's difficult to support this. Like I said, I didn't know what it was, and it's clear to me now that I don't know how you currently use it, but maybe it's difficult to get this to become a public choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Banjoko. If there's no more questions of council, I'll call for the vote. All in favor, please raise your hands. Anyone opposed? The motion has been defeated. The announcement of results is 1 opposed and 1 for, and the rest opposed. Thank you.
We're going to take a quick 10-minute break, everyone. Minutes, let's get back to our seats. Do you have a volume? Okay, let's get back to our seats. We can. Next, I'd like to invite Councillor Bussier to speak on his motion. Following that, we'll hear from delegates and then questions from council, followed by debate.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. And just, do we want through the chair to Jade, do you want the entire motion read now or just a brief?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, you can provide a brief introduction to your motion, and then we'll ask that it be read for the record later.
Okay.
Thanks.
So brief description, it's just asking that administration do a review of our current water and sanitary utility rates, because it's been brought to my attention there may be some inequities in the rates between different homeowners, more multifamily than single family.
Thank you, Councillor Bussier. Move on delegates. Do we have any delegates to this item?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, confirming that we have no registered delegates for this item. Thanks.
Thank you. Now just calling Councillor Bussier, could you please put that motion on the floor?
Okay. Motion reads, whereas at the council meeting on December 14th, 2021, council approved the fees, rates, and charges 2021 bylaw, bylaw 21/019, amending municipal fees commencing April 1st of 2022. And whereas council has been informed that in case of at least one set of comparable residential townhouse homes where water services were provided by large-sized pipes, while lower water rates would result, they would be accompanied by significantly much higher sewage rates 5 times. And whereas utility rates are reviewed annually along with all municipal fees, rates, and charges, with such a review next expected in the 4th quarter of 2022. Be it resolved that administration review water and sanitary utility rate differentials to determine if there are inequities in the current fee structures, and if so, to provide council with options and recommendations on how to address any such utility rate differentials, with such report to be provided not later than July 12th, 2022.
Thank you, Councillor Bussier. Can I get a seconder? Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I second that motion.
Are there any questions of council followed by debate? Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. My question is to administration on this. So in reducing the cost due to the large size pipe, it appears that there will be significantly higher sewage rates. In the report, it says 5 times more. So would the actual utility bill, which has both water and sewer on it, decrease or increase due to these factors? And my understanding is the sewage is based on the amount of water intake. Antoine.
Can you hear me? Yeah. All right. Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, thank you for the question. So the way that the sanitary sewage cost is determined is based on the size of the meter that comes into the property. So we cannot install a meter on the pipe going out with the sewage. So the only way, and that's how all residential properties are set up, is that whatever comes in as a water is metered, and based on that, the fee structure determines what the cost would be for both the water and the sanitary. Different costs, but determined by the size of the meter for the water pipe.
So the question was, in reading the report, if we decrease the size of the pipe, then the sewage is going to go much higher sewage rate, 5 times the rate it says in the report. So I guess I'm just trying to figure out, will the utility bill go up or go down for this change, or am I off base?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Stroud, there's a little bit of a misconception. The way the sanitary rate is calculated is based on the meter. If you were to reduce the size of the meter, the rate for sanitary, the flat rate for sanitary would drop. So it's not like the way you're explaining it or you're saying it is that by reducing the size of the pipe, the cost goes up. It's actually the opposite. Right now, if the meter that we use, some properties have 2 meters, some properties have 1 meter. So if you have a residential dwelling, you would only have 1 meter. Some of the commercial development have 2 meters because of the times they were built. And depending on which meter you would use to charge the rate, the bigger meter would incur a higher cost. On the sanitary, the smaller meter, a smaller cost. So that's how it's determined.
So the larger the size of the pipe, the sewage cost would increase.
Correct. The bigger the pipe, the bigger the cost.
Both water and sewer. Thank
Correct.
you.
Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Just to continue that conversation, Antoine, just again, I think I remember this conversation from before. It had to do with a multi-family dwelling, I believe, where it was built with a larger pipe going in and therefore could not be classified as the lower rate. And so that was the issue, I believe, that we're talking about, are we not? And so you're talking about the water, because the pipe is bigger, more water goes in automatically. I guess really one question on the other side, because I 100% agree about looking into this. Who made the decision about the size of the pipe that went into that dwelling? Would that have been the property owner building it, or would that have been the city that made that decision?
Through the chair to Councillor Wagner. So depending on the time that the condo was built, the condo development was built, there were engineering servicing standards that would dictate what parameters the builder would have to follow. And at the time of construction, some of these development were required to have 2 meters. One would be for the fire protection, so that would be fire hydrant on site and the sprinkler system. And the second one would be more for the usage for residents to drink and for wash machine, all that stuff. So depending on the time of construction, some of these development had to have 2 meters, and some development only have 1 meter, because the new construction were bypassing the meter, so for the fire flows. So we're not metering the fire flows and the sprinkler system on the newer construction, but for the older construction or a certain period of time before the engineering servicing standards changed, they had to have 2 meters, like the fire protection was metered as well. And when we had 2 meters, the higher meter was the one that was identified to use for billing in most cases.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have any other questions from council? I just have a question for Antoine again. Antoine, is this, and this is a pretty big thing to be looking into right now, will 2 weeks be enough to come back with recommendation how to look into all these? Because I'm assuming it's more than one property we're going to be dealing with.
Through the chair to Mayor Bowman, thank you for the question. That's a very relevant question. 2 weeks is definitely not going to be enough for us to be able to look at all the commercial properties that are currently impacted by that setup. So we do have the bylaw amendment in the fall or closer to the end of the year where we can look at the fee structure. So that would be a more realistic timeline for us to be able to identify maybe a better way to like structure that rate for those different developments.
Okay, thank you, Antoine. Councillor Boussier?
Through the chair, I guess to Antoine, the motion, Antoine, was just to do with residential, and I don't know if the commercial is relevant, and I don't know if you've looked at it yet or not. And I do recognize July 12th is probably too soon. I guess the only concern was that this, and I mean, obviously, some of the administration is maybe no longer with us, but I think Councillor Murphy had brought this back to, or tried to bring this up in 2019 or 20. So I'm not sure if there's been any work done, Antoine, to help with your work or with your team, but I guess at the end of the day, would September be realistic? First meeting in September?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussière, I understand that we're talking about residential, but if we are looking at condo development, they're considered as commercial entities for the fee structure. So it's a little bit more complicated than that. And to answer your question, like September, first week of September is probably going to be tight. With the vacation between now and September, we're probably going to have a reduced workforce to work on that. And we have done some work. We have a lot more data now that we can analyze and use to reorganize that fee structure. But I do not think that it's realistic to have this done by first meeting in September.
Okay, what if we didn't allow you to go on holidays? What date would work then? Because obviously the July 12th isn't reasonable, I guess, given the amount of work that needs to be done.
Through the chair to Councillor Bussière. It would be reasonable around October, towards the end of October. And the reason is because we have to continue to be fair and equitable to all utility players, and that's really where we're getting into the crunch. And so we have started the analysis in regards to the different factors that make up how we charge utilities. And because we do have some units that are a mix of commercial as well as condos, we have to look at all bases. So it will take us that long. And because of our systems being so old, unfortunately, it takes us a while to do it. So we have to do it manually.
Okay, I guess through the chair to Jade, do I need to amend the motion now before we vote, or to change the date, or?
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Bussière, you can make an amendment to your motion if council's so willing, now that it's on the floor.
Okay, well, I'll motion that we, by the first meeting in November. Okay, let me just. October 25th? Yeah.
Councillor Bussière, if you want to read out just the last line with the new date as an amendment.
Be it resolved that administration review water and sanitary utility rates differentials, determine if there are inequities in the current fee structures, and if so, to provide council with options and recommendations on how to address any such utility rate differentials, with such report to be provided not later than October 25th, 2022.
Thank you, Councillor Bussière. Is there any objections to that amendment? I'm not seeing any. Thank you. Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair, I just kind of have one question, because I understand the motion and I understand the intent behind it, and I believe part of it is that the residents of this particular complex are paying a higher rate than they would if this were billed correctly or piped correctly or whatever the case might be. So with this being prolonged beyond this date, will there be an opportunity to compensate back to the individuals if we are finding that it's wrong? Because I think that becomes part of the issue. I don't think it matters that it takes longer, but if we're in the wrong, there ought to be an opportunity for compensation back to the residents as a result. That's basically what I'm asking.
Through the chair to Councillor Grandison, that is an option that we will also bring forth. That is up to council's purview.
Okay, just wanted to kind of get it out there, and now it's out there.
I just have one other question for Antoine, if he could. Is this something we did wrong, or is it just the way the policies were in place at the time?
Through the chair to Mayor Bowman, thank you for the question. It's a good question. It is not necessarily something we did wrong. It's just that the engineering servicing standard over time have changed. And when a developer has to build a structure, they have to follow the standards at the time. Now, as we evolve, maybe the fee structure hasn't evolved with it. So that might be the adjustment that needs to be completed now at this time.
Okay, thank you. So a fee structure that kind of resonates with everybody, no matter what their piping is probably the best way to go. So that's super. Thank you, Antoine. Councilor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If that being the case, and I recognize that the developer would have had to build in accordance with the policies of the day, so then it should be easy to determine. Like, it would seem odd to me that this would be the only multifamily dwelling that would have been developed of the day. Like, you know, when things were being built, so this is the only one. You know, so if there were others to compare to, like, I kind of get where you're going, is there's not a fault or kind of a remuneration if it was built in accordance to policy. Well, then were others not built in accordance with policy if they have a smaller pipe? Like, that should be fairly easy to compare to that. Do you understand what I'm saying, Antoine?
Through the chair to Councillor Grandison, thank you for the question. I understand what you're saying. We have about 143, I believe, condo development, and there's about 25 that have 2 meters that could be impacted by that fee structure. That is different than the ones who only have 1 meter. So those engineering servicing standards last for years. It's not just one development that happened in that 1 year, because the standards are the same for a period of time. Any development that happened or was designed during that period of time would fall under the same requirement of having 2 meters.
Okay, so out of 25, there's only been one that noticed a higher price. That I find interesting, but okay, thank you.
Thank you. Everyone's a call for a vote. All in favor? Is there any opposed? Not seeing that's carried unanimously. Okay, thank you everyone for participating in today's meeting. Marcy Choke and Raskumpton, thank you, and enjoy your evening. Meeting's adjourned.